Let y'all know, apologize and see y'all early. I like action. I like action.
Get all the chairs on this table.
Don't get no action. Give y'all some horrible cards. When y'all do wake up, make sure you do it.
Hey, DJ Vance, I want to let you know, it's DJ Vance, I'm all in.
That's what I want to do. That's all I want to do. I know $300 prize points now. Reputation is paying off. I promise. You asked me about over there. Well, what did I tell you about? I know. You even said it, and then it happened. I know. We all knew it was going to happen. I played my stream game on Wednesday nights that I host here. I play like an absolute.
Yeah, he does.
But everybody watches thinks that's how I play. I'm just telling you. I mean, I'm not gonna lie about anything. But I go over there to a game, I play right. But they think I fluff every game. They think I'm just pushing all the other games. He got it.
I think he finally got it, and you're like, fuck.
He got me $1,000 positive today. I didn't have to go.
Do I need to do anything on your part? Or shut the
You played on this team. You played on this team. You know all that all
Make sure everybody, make sure both cards over here be red. If it's still on in a flash screen, if it's still on red, means it has not read your card. So just take them, go over there, just like that.
Get it? Oh, shit. And I have it to my left, too.
Please announce your races. Any chips and stuff over the line, you have to stay or we'll call that race. Don't try to take your chips and stuff like you got. Don't try to do all that.
That is Dealer Paul giving some last minute instruction to the tournament players that are about to start this Flight B in the $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth and at Poker House Peaks. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. My name is Reese. We're going to be carrying a feature table through tonight's flight. You see, we've got some of the players already bought into the tournament. We are on a 15-minute delay. You could hear me yelling in the background there. I'll turn my my past self down a little bit there while I go through the tournament rules. And in speaking of that, if there's any major floor calls or decisions that need to be made, I will need to step away from the stream, but it will continue going on without me while I'm out there doing anything I need to do. So you won't miss any of the action. You'll still be able to hear the table and see the action as it goes along. But yeah, a little bit about this tournament. This is the $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. But the best part, it's only a $65 entry. That's right, a $65 entry into this $50,000 tournament. And if you get 20,000 in chips, and for a $10 instant add-on bonus, you get the additional 10,000 to make a 30,000 starting stack. That's right. So for $75, you get the full 30,000 in chips into a $50,000 guarantee. It is the best deal going on right now. And it's going on in both locations, Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks in Dallas. So if you are watching, listening, you still have roughly 3 hours left, maybe 2.5 by the time the stream delay happens there. You're going to have about 2.5 to 2 hours and 45 minutes to get into this Flight B. If you bag and tag in any flight, we're going to be going back to day 2 on this coming Sunday, June 30th at Poker House Peaks for the day 2 of this tournament. And they'll be fighting for the lion's share of at least a $50,000 prize pool. We had 170 entries yesterday, which if that keeps up, which I do believe it probably will, we're going to be more than that 50,000. So cross your fingers, guys. We may really blow this one out of the water and you guys will be playing for a fantastic prize pool for only a $65 entrance fee. So that's pretty huge. That's pretty huge. Uh, it seems like I'm kind of long-winded here on the floor calls on the floor directions. And there I go saying shuffle up and deal, and we are underway. Flight B for this $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam tournament. We'll get to know some of these players. Now, this is a tournament table, so you will have people coming and going as they get moved for table balance. But hopefully, someone you're rooting on is live on stream and stays there, so you can root them on throughout this flight. Right out of the gate there, we have Nick L. raising up with ace deuce of clubs. Orlando making the call ace queen. Promo Pat calling with the 7 deuce suited. Why not? John B trying to look for a 6, having pocket sixes, calling 600. And Paul is our dealer for this live stream so far on a 9-8-9 flop. No help to any player. John B's pocket sixes are going to be best. Promo Pat here is going to go ahead and lead out with this 7 deuce because why not? And if I know Pat, he would be playing this 7 deuce even if he wasn't on stream, ladies and gentlemen. That is Pat for you. See if he shows it. Yep, there it is. Showing everybody his 7 deuce, saying, "Here we go, buckle up." But we want to welcome everyone tuning in to this Flight B. Napalm in the chat saying, "Get Trung on the stream, please." Hey, if he gets moved to this table, he'll be on the stream. We have to operate this stream table just like a normal tournament table. So if he happens to get moved to the table, he'll be on the stream. And if somebody happens to get moved off of the stream, that's just the way it goes. We are streaming for the entertainment of this tournament, and we can't bend any real rules here just because they're on stream. Eric in the chat saying, "How much is the buy-in?" $65, Eric. $65 for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. You get $20,000 in chips, and if you pay $10 more on the instant bonus, you get $30,000 in chips. So the most you can spend on an entry in this tournament is only $75. How good is that for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament? This is Flight B. This is the second flight of 8. We had one yesterday, and between the two locations, we had 170 entries. And I know that before I came to this room in here to run the live stream, we already started the tournament with almost 30. So we're probably going to be getting on up to that where we were yesterday. We had 89 here at Poker House Fort Worth and 81 at Poker House in Dallas. 81. So a total of 170 between the two clubs. So 89 here at Poker House Fort Worth. So I expect much of the same tonight. Seven deuce jack 5 2 spades. Nick L is going to be in the lead here with ace jack, and John B is going to make that call with the second pair there. 6 on the river does not help John out, so Nick is going to be able to turn over his cards here and take down this pot. But these players are playing in this flight. The object of a flight is to get down to the end and then bag and tag your chips, and then all of the top qualifiers of each flight all return to day 2 and then play down to a winner. The way these flights are set up, once the field hits 12%, you're in the money. So you can make money in this tournament tonight. And then once it hits down to the final 8% of the flight is when they bag and tag and go to Dallas on Sunday. So 12% of the field tonight will be in the money. The top 8% will bag and tag their chip stack to come to day 2. So the goal is to get in the top 8% of each flight and make it to day 2. You'll be in the money. And the beauty of this tournament is you can play in multiple flights and get into that top 8% and take 2 bags forward. So you can combine 2 bags from flights and get yourself a lot of ammunition coming into day 2 to go for that lion's share of at least $50,000. And so, adding on to that, after we run down this hand here, Ace 5 and Ace 4, promo Pat, Ace 4 suited, John, Ace 5, 6, 7, 8. It's going to be open ended for John and a gut shot on the bottom end there for Pat. Aggression might win this hand. Pat going to bet 2,200. Banks is going to come along. There's the gut shot 5, so Pat actually gets there on the bottom end of the straight. John now drawing to a chop here. See if John comes along here. Now he goes ahead and lets it go. That was the literal worst card he could see. There is a 5. So you can take 2 bags forward into this tournament, but if you get 2 bags and you play another flight and you get a 3rd bag, not only do you get to exchange that bag if it's bigger than one of your other 2 to increase your chip stack, the 3rd bag, the smallest one, you surrender those chips and get a $500 bonus. That's right, a $500 triple bag bonus. And a reminder, this tournament's only a $65 entry. So that is a massive, massive triple bag bonus, a lot of incentive to play multiple flights here in this tournament.
5K, yeah, probably. He already seen it. 5K. I take him. Let me see if I see. 246. It's gonna be 246 flop. So let's see how it. This is great. He's so cool. Look at that shit. Yeah, he already saw that. He was saying it. 100% what he was saying. Not only. And that's a clean flop for both of them, too.
There is Lonnie there in the chat saying on his way. Lonnie there, one of the qualifiers from yesterday, coming to add on to that first bag that he was able to bring into day 2. Nick L here mixing it up with the 3-bet with Jack 7 offsuit. I love it. Mixing up the play there. Called by Promo Pat with a couple suited connectors, 9, 10 of diamonds. John B playing the ace of spades, 6 of diamonds. Coming down to a flop of Jack Deuce 4. So Nick, knowing what he's doing, 3-betting with the Jack 7 is going to flop top pair best here. And he's going to slow play it here. So slow it down here. There's a 3 on the turn, which gives a gut shot life there for John B. But Nick's finally going to bet this one out. No, actually, John's going to bet this one out. So Nick definitely got what he wanted. Slow play into that jack, top pair jack. Going to get someone to bet into him. So a river deuce, no help to John, and he's gonna bet this again. That's pretty good there for Nick. I don't hate the play by John, but Nick, knowing that his hand is underrepresented here, is going to raise this one up. Obviously, there's no way John can call here, but I like John's line. Check through on that flop. Go ahead and take a stab at it on the turn, and then fire one more bullet at it there on the river. But like I said, didn't quite work out because Nick was laying in the weeds there with that top pair of jacks. Lonnie's saying, come on out to everyone. It's a great tournament. We agree, and thank you, Lonnie. And if they play as good as you did yesterday, maybe they'll join you into qualifying into day 2 in the money. Again, for those just tuning in, this is the $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam $65 entry tournament. Only $65 to play this tournament. You'll get $20,000 in chips for the $65, and then if you get the $10 instant bonus, get additional $10 for a $30,000 stack for only $75 into a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Absolutely amazing deal. John looking to get some of those chips back from the last hand, raising it up here to 800 with King 6 offsuit. Miz calls with 9-10 offsuit, and Promo Pat, who's one of those guys that's never met 2 cards he didn't like, comes along with 4 deuce offsuit. Ace, King, Jack. Not a flop you want to see if you're going to come in there with 4 deuce. John flopping second pair at best here. Gut shots for Miz, going to let that go, and Pat's going to let that go. So John getting a few of those chips back. Hand number 7 here of Flight B. Nick going to call with the King 9 offsuit. Miz 8-7 offsuit. Promo Pat's going to raise this up to 800 with Ace 6 suited. It's like DJ finally picking up a hand that he likes, which is pretty much only any 2 cards either. It's going to be an interesting dynamic with him and Promo Pat both at the same table. 2 guys very capable of playing any 2 cards, but playing them very well. Ace 3-10 on that flop. It's going to give Promo Pat, the top pair of aces, and not much left for anyone else here. So Miz here to being a non-believer there in Promo Pat, which is a pretty common thing to do. But he is going to go ahead and surrender that over. Let's see if Pat shows him the ace. Nope, he showed him the 6 of diamonds just to twist the screw a little bit tighter into the table, letting everybody know you have no idea what I have. At any given moment, I'm liable to turn over anything. So Promo Pat leading the pack with the aggression frequency, as you can see there, 50% of the 8 hands that we have played. And James, Kane, Miz, Orlando, and DJ not having picked anything picked up yet in this first orbit. but it is the first orbit, so it's not that big of a deal. Blinds are 100, 200, 200. Again, that's a small blind of 100, 200 in the big blind, and then a $200 ante. This is an ante tournament, so that ante gets put in along with the big blind. John can raise King 8 offsuit up to 800. Promo Pat going to come along with his Queen 10 offsuit. DJ finally picks up a hand with Ace 8 offsuit. And James A in the blind is going to complete here with 9-6 of diamonds. So we're going to see 4 ways to a pot. And a couple diamonds there for James. Queen, King. It's going to be top pair for John, second pair for Pat. Some running diamonds for DJ, but only a singular diamond needed for James. You may see him come along. 1,800. He's going to make that call there. So we're going to go 3 ways to a turn. 6 on the turn of hearts. It does give James a pair, but no help to the rest of the field. John's still going to be ahead with his pair of kings. A river jack of spades does not complete the flush draw and does not help anyone else in the hand. So we'll see if anyone wants to take any line of aggression here. John's going to continue on with his top pair. Promo Pat looking to call 2,400 with his queen, and he does, just in case Johnny does not have that king, but he does have it this time. So promo Pat paying off John the last river bet of 2,400 for his pair of kings. So quite a few people watching the stream on Facebook and on YouTube. Are you tuning in because you heard your buddies on the table? Did they let you know that they had got picked for the feature table? Again, we are streaming the Flight B of the $50,000 guaranteed summer jam. We are treating the live stream table as just one of the kind of the featured tables like they do on Poker Go, ESPN, NBC, all the stations that show you poker, tournament poker. It's just they feature one of the tables. We didn't really have a table, quote unquote, to feature because no one had showed up yet. So it was basically just kind of luck of the draw to get seated at this table. I know there's at least 3, if not 4 by now, other tables out on the floor. And we're going to be following along these, looks like 8 guys right now. And anybody who happens to come into this table, if they get moved by virtue of standard tournament procedures, table balancing, things like that, or if because I believe we're playing 8-handed, so if we get a 9th player in, they'll get another one to the table. 3 players to this flop of 3, 5, 4. No help for anyone as they all have some cards there. John does pick up the second pair with his King 4 offsuit. Promo Pat's going to bet it out. With a queen there. Turned 7 of hearts does give John and Promo both 1 heart flush draws to this river. Gut shot for Pat as well. Pat's going to continue to bet this flop and pretty heavily, or this turn card, and pretty heavily too. And John comes along with just the pair of 4s, but the king high flush draw doesn't get there. A straight, pretty decent straight comes on the turn. On the river there. Nope, Pat's going to take this one down with a river 8. So John, unfortunately, getting really unlucky there on that river. Definitely was ahead the whole way. You can see the look on his face there. So promo Pat betting it out like he had it the whole way, knowing that 8 would come and save him to beat out on John's pair of 4s. And Reese here with you on this flight B, kind of coming in and out. I still have to step away and make some floor calls here and there and help out a little bit. But we wanted to bring you as much of the action as possible for this flight B. Have some fun and watch some of your friends play in this fantastic tournament. Again, the action we are watching is 15 minutes in the past. We are on a 15-minute delay. Like I said, once in a while, I will need to step away to help out with the tournament. But I hope to be here with you watching the action as much as possible. Miz going to call into the gun here with 7-6 offsuit. Promo Pat going to raise him to 1,200 with 3 deuce suited. James A, ace jack offsuit calling the 12, and Kane going to come along as well for just 1,000 more to him since he was in the small blind with King 9. And Nick L with the ace 10 offsuit closes the action. I'm sorry, Miz closes the action there with 7-6. So we're going to go 5 ways to a flop, 1,200 a piece. So a pretty good pot here of 6,300 already. Deuce 5-6 with 2 spades. Miz going to be having top pair there. Pat having a gut shot, some backdoor hearts. Miz going to lead out here with his top pair to 2,400. Pat says there's a lot of good turn cards for me, so he's going to call that 2,400. James going to let his best pre-flop hand go, as does Nick. So Miz and a promo Pat off to a turn. Miz in the lead with his top pair. That 8 of spades does bring the front door spade draws. So Miz is going to check this over to Pat. You know, a good sized bet here from Pat would typically tell a pretty hard flush story. But the problem with Pat is a lot of people know his reputation for being able to make good bets in good places to make you think otherwise. And that's why he bets 3,600. And I was going to say pretty much anything that Pat calls Miz bets, anything that Pat bets Miz is going to call here, given the reputation. A board pairing 5 on the river does not change anything. And Miz, very well played, leading out, looks like, into promo Pat. He bets 5,000 into a $17,000 pot. And a fantastic bet there by Miz. Great play. And it's going to get promo off there. If Miz hadn't bet that 5,000, he was going to have to make a bigger bet there. And oh no, he made the straight. I see it on the river there. So that was still a good bet by Miz, making the straight. He had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see it now on the bottom right of the screen there. So he did have the goods, but it was still a good bet. Pat will definitely look other people up there once in a while. So Miz did end up having the straight there on the river. Orlando in the 6th seat, finally picking up a hand. Pocket 9 is just going to call the $300 big blind. John going to come along with 10-3 offsuit. Kaint with a good hand on the button. Looks like he's going to raise this one up. So John actually is the one that raised it up to 1,200, looking at the action tracker here. And Kane, 3 bets to 3,200 with the king-queen suited. Orlando calling with the pocket 9s, which is going to bring John along for 2,000 more, getting quite a bit on that investment with the 10-3 offsuit, needing some help here. And a top Jack on the board is not going to be a help to anyone. Four Jack on this flop. So Orlando's nines are still best. He's going to check the action over to the initial pre-flop three better of Kane. And so now Orlando needing to call 3,000 here if he thinks his nines are still best. He does lay them down. John's going to lay his hand down. So Kane, good aggression there for his position and picks up the pot that he three bet pre-flop. Very, very well done. Hello to you two there, the Jolly Llama, joining us from the YouTube chat. Quite a few of you in chat here. You know anybody here at this table? Who are we rooting on? Got James A in seat 1, John seat 2, Kane in seat 3, Nick in seat 4. Seat 5 is Miz, seat 6 Orlando, seat 7 Promo Pat, and then seat 9 is DJ, which has been pretty quiet, but tournament DJ is different from cash game DJ. So keep that in mind. DJ knows his way around a poker table, be it a tournament or a cash game. Plays a little different in both. Yeah, Randy, that's exactly what I was talking about. He says, who's that guy in seat 9? It's our Wednesday night DJ's game on Wednesday nights here at Poker House Fort Worth. And I don't think DJ knew he was going to be on stream today. In fact, I know he didn't because the table was randomly drawn. And so that's how that man dresses in real life. He's not dressing for stream. That's his normal get up there looking fantastic. We're going to see a flop of 3, 4, 6, 2 spades. It's going to give Promo Pat the 9 high spade draw. And he is going to bet out that draw as we see a new player join the table. Looking live on my phone into the room, looks like we have 43 players in this tournament on this flight B, and still almost 2.5 hours left to get in on this flight. So plenty of time to still come get into this flight B. DJ having the top pair on the flop there with the 6. Promo Pat having only a spade draw, looking for a 9 or a spade. Does not get either one. So let's see if Promo Pat keeps up the aggression. He does a bet of 7,000. Going to be a tough call here for DJ with only the pair of 6s, and he does not. So good follow through last barrel bluff there by Pat. Missing the flush draw, but still getting the job done with a good bet on that river. But yeah, there's still almost 2.5 hours left to get in on this flight B. This is the second flight of 8 for this $50,000 guaranteed summer jam. $50,000 guaranteed. And the best part is the entry fee is only $65. That's right, only $65 to play in a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. You'll get $20,000 in chips, and if you pay the $10 instant bonus, bringing your entry to only $75, you'll get $30,000 in chips for only $75 to play for a $50,000 prize pool. That's absolutely fantastic. DJ finally getting himself a playable hand here in the 9 seat under the gun. Actually, we might have a graphical hiccup here while we have a new table joiner here in the 8 seat. So they'll play a quick catch-up game here with the graphics. James in the 1 seat, if the graphics are correct. Like I said, this one, it could be a little bit tricky with a new player to the table. Sometimes the first one can get a little bit out of order. Jolly Llama, the levels are 20 minutes for these flights. And then if you qualify for day 2, the blinds increase to 30 minutes. Day 2 will start on the lowest level achieved on average between the two clubs. So the average lowest level achieved between the two clubs, because this tournament's going on not only in Fort Worth, but they're playing right now at Poker House Peaks in Dallas as well. We're just live streaming our end here. I'm not sure if Eric is streaming the tournament over there or not. I'll have to look and see, but we're streaming it here in Fort Worth. And like I said, there's over 2 hours left of registration, so you can come get in on this tournament for only a $65 entry for 20,000 in chips, and you can throw on a $10 bill for an instant bonus of 10,000 in chips for a starting stack of 30,000 in chips. Liam, the club on day 2 is Poker House Peaks in Dallas. Everyone who bags and tags in each one of these 8 flights in each one of these clubs is all coming back this Sunday at 1 p.m. at Poker House Peaks there in Dallas. Top 12% get paid, and top 8% move on to day 2. Looks like it was NRG joining us in the 8th seat. Hey, live look in over at Poker House Peaks on my phone here. We have 31 entries playing right now at Poker House Peaks. Still plenty of time for registration in this flight in both locations. And the Poker House Fort Worth here, where this live stream is going on right now, we're up to 43 entries. And we got a bulk of the entries a little bit later last time. NRG going to sit down on his first hand and ship it in there with 10 deuce offsuit. James is going to be coming along with pocket 10s. That's going to be a pretty tough race there. Promo Pat's going to let that go. So NRG needing a lot of help here. A lot of diamonds, spades, or deuces. 6, Jack, 3. Another 6 on the turn and a 9 on the river. No help there. So James A going to get a quick courtesy double up there from NRG, who just sat down at the table. You know, sometimes in these lower buy-in events, sometimes these guys don't even look at their cards. They just try to spin up a stack or re-enter. And the value is there. It is a $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only $65. So it's definitely worth to get it in there and coin flip a little bit. Dealer Matt has joined us in the box. And let's see if NRG just goes all in with this hand as well. It seems a little suspect that he went all in with a 10 deuce with no induced action on that last one. Let's see if he's just trying to spin up a stack here, as they like to say. John B coming along with ace 8 offsuit and the +1. Nothing for Kane or Nick. Folded around to Miz. Going to make that call with ace 6 offsuit. Promo Pat Jack Deuce offsuit. And nope, NRG is going to make the call here. And is that an all in there from DJ? Sure is. So DJ has found 2 cards finally that he likes. He's had a rough go of it for these first 15, 16 hands. Going to ship it in the middle here with King at 10 suited. And it's gotten through John. Miz is going to let his go. NRG is going to make that call just because. Ace 5 offsuit, King 10 of diamonds. DJ slightly behind in this hand, looking for a king or a 10. Does not get it. 3, 9, 9, 6 on the turn, 6 on the river. Ace high, going to be enough to take this down, and we are going to lose DJ first here at this feature table live stream. But I have a feeling he is going to go straight to the podium to re-enter. Now, there's no guarantee that he's going to come back to the stream. On a re-entry tournament, you get distributed randomly, just as if you were a brand new player. But for the sake of tournament balance, he could be sent back to the live stream table, which would be fantastic. We'd love to see DJ here on the live stream. But if another table has less players, we may see him moved off of this live stream. Unfortunately, that's just tournament play. We are still conducting this tournament accordingly, even though we are featuring it on live stream. Taking a moment here to let the card graphics catch up here. Matt there walking the action tracker through the hand. Promo Pat looks like he raised this one up with Jack 10 of diamonds, called by Miz with Queen 9 offsuit, and John coming along with 10 4 suited of hearts. King, Jack, Ace. 2 clubs and a spade on this flop. Looks like Miz is going to bet this one out. Promo Pat comes along with bottom pair of jacks. A 9 of spades on the turn does give Miz a pair. Still has the same gut shot. Goes check, check to the river. Deuce of clubs. Front door clubs does get there. Could scare some of these players here. Miz does bet this river. Promo Pat going to lay it down. And as does John there. So Miz, great bet. Bluffing the clubs. Straight draws got there. Definitely can bully out a lot of holdings with that kind of a board and run out. Promo Pat still leading the table on the VPIP category. Voluntary put money in the pot 82% of the time that it. So 8 out of 10 hands that he's gotten, he's put some chips in and been active. Promo Pat going to raise this one up to 800 with ace 4 offsuit. $800 called by NRG with ace 8 offsuit and James with 9 deuce. Makes the call as well from the small blind. D3 Matt puts out a flop here. Let the camera ace 5 4. Now I know NRG has ace 8, but promo Pat flopping 2 pair here. Bets out pretty heavy, 3,500. Is that an all in there by NRG? We'll wait and see here. John folded his 10-7 offsuit. King of clubs are on the turn. Leaves promo Pat still in the lead there with a flop 2 pair. NRG, let's see if he can get away from this ace. He only has an 8 kicker. So he's got to be worried a little bit about promo Pat. Not only does promo Pat have 2 pair, but NRG's got to think of a bigger kicker situation there, and he goes ahead and lets that go. Good fold there by NRG. Orlando and DJ didn't pick up much so far. Of course, DJ he re-entered, and it looks like he may have been moved back to this table for the sake of balance. Miz picking up a Jack 10 suited, raising it up there to looks like 1,200. Promo Pat making the call 9-8 offsuit. NRG's coming along, hasn't registered his cards quite yet, but has made the call. Ace 9 offsuit. DJ sitting back down, saying, I got some brand new chips. Let's put them to work. All in. Ace King offsuit. I love it. Definitely can't put him on those 2 cards, knowing that he busted out, went up to the podium, re-entered, came back to the same table, and just ships it all in. So Miz with the Jack 10 suited. Not an easy call, but DJ is definitely at the top of his range here, given that it looks like he is just trying to run it up here after re-entering the tournament. It's going to be for most of Mrs. Yes, most of anybody's chips here. Miz in agony really wants to make this call. Like I said, DJ just busted out, just re-entered, and sits back down and immediately ships it in. So it looks like he's steaming. But little does the table know, he does have ace king, and so he does get away with that one there, picking up a good 4,600 in chips there without having any sort of pushback on that. But he was at the top of his range. He did have the hand. Dealer Matt bringing us our 20th hand of this Flight B. And if you are newly tuning in, this is Flight B of the $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's right, a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. There's 8 flights. This is flight number 2, Flight B. And this tournament's only a $65 entry. That's right, only $65 for 20,000 in chips, and then for only a $10 instant bonus price, you can get additional 10,000 in chips, making your starting stack $30,000 for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Absolutely fantastic tournament. You still have at least 2 hours to get into this flight at either Poker House Fort Worth or over at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. This is a joint tournament between the 2 clubs. Both clubs are running the 8 flights this week. And then all of the top 8 qualifiers from each flight, the top 8% from each flight bag and tag their chips and bring them back to Sunday, June 30th at 1 o'clock at Poker House Dallas. I'm sorry, Poker House Peaks there in Dallas. So your $65 tournament for a $50,000 guarantee is just an amazing, amazing tournament. So if you are within a couple hours, you can still get here into this flight. Plenty of time to come to either location and get in on this great tournament. Promo Pat making the call of 400 with ace 5 offsuit, raising it up to 2,000 is NRG with the 6 deuce suited. John B coming along, king 9 of spades for 2,000. Miz calling 2,000 with his jack 7. 4, 5, 10. Big no help for anyone. NRG picks up a gut shot. Promo Pat, second pair, best kicker. No space for John, has let this one go. And Promo Pat can let his middle pair go. Good betting there by NRG, raising it up and following it up and getting the rewards from it.
Come on, man. You gotta get there. I used three. I'm on two tonight. Man, put the ball down. What do you mean he's all in? He's full. He's full. That's full. That's full. Eight for 5,000. What are you talking about? Silver? No, that was 9,000 piece. 9,000. It went 9. It went 9,000 red, 9,000 full.
Yeah, then.
I paid off at the fourth spade. Fourth spade comes up. I already determined. I was like, no spade, I paid. So I got a fold from 9. It's 4 and 4.
I wanted to make it look like a bluff, just in case you had a piece of that.
9 folds, 1 fold. You're good to go. I mean, total looked like a bluff on 4 spade running.
Just in case.
Dude, I can't get over. Yeah, I can't get over the skin. Sorry. There's not much I can call that flop. Alright. All your bluffs keep there anyway. Good option. First one, we can still talk this through. It's one. Button's correct right there. Alright, new hand. Wrong hand. Alright, button down. Ready, squeeze. That is 3.
And I am back with you here on the stream. My name is Reese. Unfortunately, I am tournament director here for this tournament. And so I have to step away every now and again in case they need me for any kind of decisions or something needs to get done. So once in a while, I will have to step away from you guys. And we are live streaming this 15 minutes in the past. So sometimes even though I'm right in the middle of something, they need me to answer a call out on the floor. I'll turn the table audio up for you whenever I have to step away, so at least you won't be in complete silence. James here raises up with ace of 5 suited. John making the 3-bet with pocket 8s to 4,800. Orlando coming along with the ace jack, it looks like here. Queen jack 6 on this flop. John's 8s are best on a pretty scary board, though, but he's going to bet this out. And Orlando, with the middle pair, could come along here. What you hear there in the background is our wheel spin for our high hand rewards. We'll get into that a little bit after this hand. Orlando called that flop bet by John, and then the turn comes out, and John betting another 5,000. So sticking with the no fear poker style here. A couple overcards there on his 8s and still firing away. Orlando, who hasn't played many hands, does get pushed around on this one, unfortunately, and does lay the best hand down. But the queen is out there, so it's not a terrible laydown. Just a good betting pattern there by John. Dealer Paul back in the box for us here at this featured table in this Flight B. First person under the gun to act here is John. King, Queen, offsuit. Going to raise this one up 4x to 1600. Nick decides to make the call. Looks like he made the call with Jack 10 there. We'll see as the graphics play catch up here. Promo Pat making the call 1600. 3-bet here by NRG with King 10 suited to 7500. John going to make this call with King Queen in fantastic shape. And Promo Pat not going anywhere with his 5-4 offsuit. Got to try to sneak one in here under the radar. And a flop of King 3-3. That's going to hit NRG and John. So you're going to see some fireworks here on this 3-bet pre-flop hand. John B checks it over in flow to the 3-better NRG, who's going to go ahead and go all in on this button. And John probably going to have to call this off. You can't just give a guy ace-king or aces. John B may have to make this call here. It is for a pretty penny chunk of chips. And he does put in those chips, so it's going to be bad news for NRG. As he sees, he's going to be needing a 10 and only a 10 with some chop outs in there and some aces or more 3s out there. And a heart's no help here, so 10 and only a 10. Not going to do it. So NRG there is going to be headed to the podium for the re-entry. And when you have such a fantastic tournament with only $65 buy-in, there's nothing wrong with getting a little fast and loose and trying to spin up a chip stack. And if not, re-enter that tournament. It's pretty cheap to do so.
Good job, baby. We're only $1,000 behind me on that.
Hand number 26 here of Flight B. Let's take a quick look live here on my phone, and I can tell you about how much longer we have of registration. Myself and the stream are 15 minutes in the past. Looks like we've got 52 entries with just under 2 hours remaining of registration. So plenty of time to get into this Flight B in this $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam tournament for only $65. That's just an amazing, amazing tournament. Ace 5-3, 2 clubs here. Nobody holding clubs. Promo, Pat, DJ, Orlando, and John all in this hand. DJ is going to take the betting lead here with the King 9 and get a fold from everybody making a bet there from the button. These players are playing for the top 8%. The top 8% of the total number of entries into this flight are going to be moving on to day 2. That's going to be on Sunday, June 30th at 1 p.m. And that's going to be at Poker House Peaks there in Dallas. They are the sister club of ours running this tournament as well. They have their Flight B going on right now as well. And the top 8% from their flight will come back on Sunday as well. So these two tournaments running simultaneously, playing down for 8%, and everyone to come back to Poker House Peaks on Sunday for that $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. And quite frankly, we're on pace for it to be much more than $50,000. So this is a great tournament. It was already fantastic for the price, and it's only getting better. Miz going to call here with Jack 10 offsuit, promo pack coming along, Ace 6 offsuit, James calling the big blind, Jack 9 offsuit, John B calling with pocket 7s here. Kane going to be the one to finally raise this one up with a good hand of Ace Queen offsuit. James going to see the flop as well. So 4 players headed to this flop in a pretty healthy pot here, over 15,000, half a starting stack. Pocket 7s are in the lead and are still probably going to be in the lead with one showing up right there in the window and a queen as well. That's going to be tough for Kane. He was the one that made the big pre-flop bet there of ace queen offsuit. He's going to lead out with 7,000 into a $15,000 pot. Yeah, $6,000 bet. And there is John, not going to slow play this one all. Going to go ahead and ship this all in for quite a bit, all things considered. Just going to try to end this hand right now before more clubs and or straight cards come out and play and could maybe push him off his flopped middle set. But he's all in for 13,000. Kane is obviously going to have to make the crying call on this one here, which it looks like he has. Looks like he has less chips at that. So Kane having the top pair of queens and needing some help with a lot of running cards, including clubs. Miz with the Jack 10 suited. Has a gut shot, but can't come along for this price. And he does finally fold his hand. So we're going to see an all-in and a call. And Kane has a lot of work to do to try to catch up on this one, unfortunately. Just a train wreck flop. You saw him there getting the money out for his re-entry already. Luckily for him, it's only $65. This is a very, very cheap tournament, especially for a $50,000 guarantee. So even if he can't get a hold of a couple runners here, getting back in this thing with some fighting chips is only going to cost him $65 plus $10 if he wants the extra bonus chips to make it a $30,000 stack for only $75. Five on the turn makes it drawing dead there for Kane. John letting the graphics catch up here with a 10 on the river. Pointless. And John B picks up a good pot.
You definitely wanted me to call that one.
I want everybody to call. I know he didn't.
Getting it back to the announcer's booth here, just in time to see James 3-betting with pocket aces and DJ shoving his stack all in, putting actually James all in with Jack 10 offsuit. And Paul put out a flop of ace, queen, king. Goodness gracious, what a flop. The sweat is on. Flop set by James with the aces and a flop straight. Needing to pair the board, doesn't get there. So poor James flopping top set of aces, and DJ flopping the Broadway straight with Jack 10. Tough hand there for James, getting all the chips in the middle with the pocket aces, just like you hope in a tournament situation. And DJ just has the perfectly wrong hand to have in that time. Getting a couple new players here to the table. Again, this is Flight B. This is the tournament going on right now in Poker House Fort Worth. Flight B of the $50,000 guarantee Summer Jam. It's only a $65 entry. Get a chip stack of 20,000, and for a $10 instant bonus, you can pay $10 to get another 10,000 in chips for a $30,000 stack to play in a $50,000 tournament for only $75 total. I mean, it's a heck of a deal. And a couple big stack all-ins. So Orlando finally waking up with a hand. Couple big all-ins. Orlando and a new player to the table, Vu. Jack 9 versus Ace Trey, both hands of hearts. Orlando, the one at risk with the Ace 3 suited. Vu looking for some jacks and nines for help. 2 queens and a 4, not going to do it there. Ace on the turn does lock this one up for Orlando, so he's going to get a courtesy double up there. Vu with the Jack 9, getting that fresh stack in the middle there. Again, you see a lot of these players, they buy in for a 65, and it's a small enough bullet. They just got to get in and try to spin it up. Just double, triple up real quick. Have yourself a mountain of chips to play on through the tournament to get to that top 12%. Or just bust out and rebuy cheaply. It's a cheap tournament. Only $75 for the max stack of 30,000, $65 to enter, plus a $10 instant bonus for 10,000 in chips. Great value tournament for a $50,000 prize pool guaranteed. New player in seat number 3, Robert, raising it up with ace jack off suit. Got a couple callers to see a flop of 6-9 queen. Promo Pat flopping top pair. Miz flopping a gut shot straight draw. Looks like he's going to be the one to bet this one out. He does have the button and decides to use it to bet 6,000. Promo Pat making the quick call. A 10 of spades on the turn does give Miz the straight, but Promo Pat immediately picks up the flush draw to go with his top pair. So Miz in the lead here with the gut shot turned straight. 9-10 Jack Queen King, but Promo Pat has plenty of outs. So dealer Paul here will verify the stacks. Miz should have Promo Pat here out chipped. So Promo Pat looking for a spade and only a spade here. Stay alive in this flight B. Does not get there. So Miz is going to get a good chunk of chips here with the turned straight draw. And if I know Promo Pat, he'll probably check in on the cash game that's running, see what it looks like, and if it's maybe not. Otherwise, he's going to grab his $75 and get him another bullet to fire into this flight B. A $65 buy-in with a $10 instant bonus available for 10,000 in chips for a $30,000 chip stack. It's only $75 for the full big stack, and you are in the $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We are playing this tournament down to 8%. The top 12% are going to receive the min cash of at least $100, and then we'll play down to 8% in every flight to see who bags and tags their chips to come back for day 2 on Sunday at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. John B with a pretty good stack of chips here, waking up with pocket jacks under the gun. See how he wants to navigate this hand. Grabbing some raising chips here. Looks like he's going to make it 18-5 on these, I believe it's 300 to 500 blinds. And DJ is going to 3-bet this with ace king. Shoved all in by John and snap called there by DJ probably. So, yeah, bet, raise, all in, call, standard against Jack and ace king. DJ obviously the one at risk here as dealer Paul gets him to count out his chip stack. But this is going to be a big pot. And Vu has cards in his hands too, so never mind. 3 ways to an all-in. So we're going to have some side pot action. Vu all in there with 6-4 of diamonds. And you know what? I like his hand. Anybody in the chat thinking that 6-4 of diamonds is going to be good here against Jacks and ace king? You never know in this game sometimes. Dealer Paul verifying stacks here. Looks like DJ is going to be all in. Vu is going to be all in as well at risk. And John B in for a decent amount of chips, but has both players well covered.
You're the only one that's live. Exactly. Probably. So you're 6-3 all Man, you're so good. So good. You're so good.
I need to go home.
Ace King, 6-4 of diamonds, and pocket jacks. 2 players all in. John, the pocket jacks, only one not at risk in this hand. Vu, needing a lot of 6s, 4s, or diamonds, does pick up a double gutter there. 4 on the turn gives him more outs. And the 4 of the river does give him the winner. So what did I literally called it. The 6-4 taking down the main pot there of 50,000, and the pocket jacks going to pick up the side pot there between DJ and John. So the 6-4 of Vu beating up on the Ace King and pocket jacks. I think the announcer's curse or the announcer's blessing on that hand, calling out the 6-4 of diamonds. And we are going right into hand number 33 on a blinds of 300, 500 with a $500 ante. After a very long 3-way all-in hand, the other new player at the table, Robert, is going to call. I'm sorry, the blinds are 300, 600 with a $600 ante. He's going to call the 600 big blind there with King Jack. Nick waking up with Ace King of clubs. Going to raise this one up to 2,200. Miz making the call with Jack 10. Vu making the call with Ace 6 offsuit. And back to John B. Makes the call with King Queen offsuit. So lots of people going to this flop on a 7-7-3 board. No help to any player. Nick L still with the Ace King. Best of it does c-bet this flop in middle position. Going to get Nick out of the way. Vu makes the call with the Ace High. A turn is a 6. So actually Vu taking the lead in this hand with his Ace 6 offsuit. All players slow down and check around on that turn. A 4 on the river does not change anything. So Banks looks like he's going to take a stab at it here with his King Queen. Nick's going to lick him up with Ace King, and Vu's sitting here with the best of it with just a pair of 6s. Looks like he's reaching for a lot of chips. Nope, he's just looking. He's got a call in his hand. And he does make the hero look up there with the 6s, and he's going to show this one proudly. Fantastic for Vu. Looking up 2 players with just the 7s and 6s ace kicker. Good bet there by John. And it was a good call there by the Ace King of Nick, but Vu waiting in the last seat there to just snap him off with a pair of 6s. Lots of players limping in for the $600 big blind with all kinds of hands here. So we're going to have a lot of players headed to a flop with 7-7 deuce on the flop. Did anybody have a 2 in their hand? I don't remember seeing one. But Robert is going to lead out with the top pair of sevens. Nick letting his 6-5 go. Miz with the spade draw is definitely not going to lay this one down just yet. Calls the 1200. Or Lando letting the queen 6 go. Vu looking down at ace 5 offsuit. Hard to say what he's going to do. He's been a little unpredictable so far, and it has worked out in his favor, but he does let this one go. And so we're going to go heads up to a turn with Robert and Miz. Miz needing a king or a spade. No help there. Actually, he can get a king, 8, or a spade. Robert bleeding him along with another bet of 2,000, making this quick call there, making this a $10,000 pot. Jack of clubs on the river doesn't improve Miz's hand, so Robert's going to have the best of it here, and he's going to lead it out as if he does, betting a flat 5,000. Miz, nothing here but a king high. Could be thinking of taking a stab at this hand. Is now the time to raise back into Robert, try to take this pot down, represent the fact that he's had a 2 in his hand the whole time. It was a limped pot, so it wouldn't be too far out of the realm of possibility. And he does go ahead and lay this one down. So Robert, new player at the table, does pick up his first pot. Three to this hand on a king 9 10 3 4 board. Players check around. 10 on the river there is probably going to be good enough for this hand here. Robert needing a diamond. That's the whole reason he came around there on the turn. And Vu staying hot, catching everything he needs right now. But the 10 on the river gives him the best of it. So we have 7 players here at this feature table. I believe there are 5 tables in the field. We can take a quick live look in at the entries into this tournament. $64 right now are the entries. 64 here at Poker House Fort Worth are in this flight B. And have a quick look in here at the live clock. I am streaming 15 minutes in the past, so it helps for me to look in. So you've got an hour and 20 minutes left to get into this flight B. An hour and 20 minutes left of registration. Let's have a quick look over at flight B at Poker House Peaks. They've got 47 entries into their flight, and they've got about an hour and 20 minutes as well. So if you're listening and or watching from anywhere near the Poker House Peaks or the Poker House Fort Worth area, you've got a little over an hour to get into this flight. It's only a $65 entry for a $50,000 $50,000 guarantee tournament. No big deal. Just one of the best values in DFW right now. $65 gets you 20,000 in chips, and then an additional $10 instant bonus brings it to your starting stack up to 30,000 in chips for a $50,000 tournament. Big bet here by John with the 9-8, catching the gut shot on the river there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Miz only having the pair of fives can't make the call, so a big bet there, big pickup there by John, adding to his pretty good stack that puts him north of the 100K mark. Not many people with that many chips out in the field. It's like we are getting some more players added to this feature table. I know that guy there. Goes by Kahuna, buying into this 50K guarantee. So Kahuna joining us in the 1 seat. Promo Pat calling the 600 with the ace-5 offsuit. Vu raises it up there with pocket nines to 4,000. Robert not making up with anything, John not having anything. And there is a shipment there by Nick on the button. He's going to go ahead and put in his stack with the King 6 suited. Hasn't had much to fight with in the last 20, 30 minutes or so. So Vu makes the quick call there. So we're going to go heads up, all in to a flop. Vu showing the pocket nines and the King 6 of Nick. Vu trying to dodge a king and does not. Well, he gets a 9 on the flop. So flopping another set here at this feature table. And the nines are going to hold, and Vu remains on fire, taking down player after player in this tournament. And adding to that chip stack. So if you want to come play in this tournament and you happen to get sat down at the live stream table, you better be ready. Vu's on fire, and he's not afraid to put chips in the middle, as most anyone who knows him knows. He does not have any issues gambling. Welcome, Monica, to the table, the latest arrival here to this feature table of this Flight B. Vu calling at 600, the big blind with Jack 10. Monica calling as well with Jack 5 suited. Kahuna making the call with Ace Deuce offsuit. Miz making the call on the button. Orlando completing here with pocket threes. And looks like Pat makes the call as well. We'll let the graphics catch up and see exactly what he has. 6-9 offsuit. So 5 ways to a flop here. Pocket threes are best amongst the random cards. Dealer Matt puts out a flop of 6 deuce 4. Gut shot there for the pocket threes. Promo Pat flopping best with the top pair of sixes. Gut shot as well for Monica. Bet there Orlando with his pocket threes, and Promo Pat immediately comes along, picking up a club on the turn with the queen. Gives Pat Monica a flush draw, and she's going to lead it out this time. And she's going to pick up that pot immediately. So fantastic betting there by Monica, coming along on that flop without much problems, and then picking up some equity on the turn and betting like she has it. Just like last hand, lots of limping around at pre-flop. Monica, John, Ms., Pat, and Vu all headed to a flop with a ton of random holdings, but a very coordinated board of 7, 9, 10, all diamonds. Vu has the biggest diamonds of jacks there and does lead out the bet. Monica coming along with the 6-8 with the open-ended straight draw. Vu bet 2,000. Monica comes along. They are heads up to a turn. A 5 does give her the straight. Outs still are there for Vu, having an open-ended straight draw for a larger straight draw, possibly for himself. And the biggest diamond bets out 7,000, called king on the river. Doesn't change anything. So Monica able to finally beat Vu if she can make this call, and she does snap him down. So Vu finally get to see. Oh no, it was 7, 9, 10. So Vu flopped the larger straight. Sorry. So Monica coolered there, actually. A coolered on that turn there. So Monica had the smaller straight the entire time on the turn there. So never mind. Vu still alive with a massive stack, catching the world. He had the Jack 8 offsuit with a flop of 7, 8, 9, or 7, 9, 10, flopping the straight to the Jack, and Monica turning the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the turn. So tough beat there for Monica, and Vu's stack just continues to go north. Kahuna folds in the one seat, hasn't seen anything just yet in his short time here at this table. Robert makes the call with the queen 8 of spades. Hugo, new player to the table. Not anything there. Orlando wanting to see a flop with pocket fours. Promo Pat starting to wake up now with something he wants to play, which is pretty much any two cards. This time he's chosen the 5-3 offsuit. Vu with the 10-7 comes along, and Monica checks her option in the big blind. 9-9 ace on this flop. No player having a 9, so Orlando's fours are still best. Checks all the way around to a 4 on the turn, so that's going to be a gin card for Orlando. And even better, Monica betting into him on her newfound flush draw. Let's see if he announces himself now, and he does with an all-in bet. And I do not think Monica's going to be able to make the call on this one. It's not a cheap amount here. It looks like 24,100. 25,100. Folded it down, and he shows the fours there for the turned boat. Nice hand, Orlando. Finally picking up some decent cards, making things happen. It's been kind of quiet there in the 6th seat, not having much to battle with since the beginning of this flight B. We are on hand 40. Dealer Matt in the box. Blinds are 300, 600, 600. And if you are close to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks, you get 30,000 in chips if you buy the $10 instant bonus on that $65 buy-in. Cheap, cheap, cheap tournament. $75 gets you 30,000 in chips, with the blind still being 300 to 600. And it's a $50,000 guarantee. Promo Pat finally waking up with a hand here, raises it up to 3,600 with pocket kings. Monica, never seen Monica play before, but she definitely seems to have no fear of putting some cards in the middle here. And we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Pocket kings versus 4-3 and 6 deuce. It's like Pat's going up against his style of hands, but he's going to have a hard time not wanting to bet this flop here. Top set of kings. King 7-6 on this flop. Monica catching second pair or bottom pair and still comes along. Promo Pat betting just 3,000, and Monica coming along 4 on the turn. It looks like she goes all in. And snap call there, unfortunately, by Promo Pat. And that's going to do it for Monica. So Monica are going to be making her way possibly to the tournament podium to buy back into this tournament. Ran into some difficult hands there. Made a straight on the turn against Vu, and Vu had flopped the big straight. So Monica got in quick, splashed it around with pretty decent holdings, didn't hold up, and is now headed to re-enter. You can re-enter this tournament as long as you're within the time of registration, which is 3 hours for each flight. So plenty of time still to get into this tournament and for these players to re-enter if they do get busted out.
Oh my fucking arm. What you got? I swore I would never do this again. I swore I would not hold this again. Oh, open-ended and the turn gave me the flush draw.
Back just in time to see Big Kahuna picking up pocket aces after dragging that pretty decent pot. Bets this one up huge and decides to go ahead and take this one down to pre-flop, showing the aces, building up his chip stack there. Monica comes back to the table after re-entering the tournament. Again, why not fire several bullets into a tournament that's only $75 after the bonus purchase? $65 buy-in plus $10 gets you an additional $10,000 in chips. But the big ticket is it's a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. So why not get in there, splash around, rebuy or re-enter if you need to, try to spin it up. Miz calling the 800 big blind with the ace 3 offsuit. Orlando agrees to come along with queen jack offsuit. Promo Pat looks like he's raising it up to 3600 with king queen of hearts. Robert J waking up with a real hand ace jack of hearts, putting Promo Pat in bad shape. Hugo is in the big blind. Does he want to defend it with the 10-9 offsuit? Does not. Goes ahead and lays that one down. Miz looks like he does make the call with his ace-3 offsuit. So we're going to have four. No, Orlando lets the queen jack. No, he calls with the queen jack, king jack. There you go. So we are going to go 4 ways to a flop. Queen 5 ace. That is a snap all in there by Miz. Orlando here with second pair. Thinking about it, but that's pretty hard to call off with only second pair jack kicker when an ace is out there. I think Robert R may be the only one to possibly get his chip stack in with the better ace. Orlando and Promo Pat do let it go. And Robert R does make that call with the better ace. So Miz in trouble, needing a 3 or a 5 to maybe chop the pot. 7 on the turn, queen on the river, no help. So aces and queens with a jack for Robert. We'll eliminate Miz here at this feature table, but like I said, plenty of time to re-enter this tournament still. John B finally getting a hand. Been quiet after he built that big chip stack up. Ace Jack suited, raising up to 32. Going to be flopping very, very good here with Ace Jack. Orlando getting the gut shot with the King Queen offsuit. Oh, and the slow play by John just cost him the hand. John chose to check through that 2-pair flop, allowed Orlando to hit that gut shot. Now John's going to make a bet. Orlando's going to move over the top all in, and a snap call there by John. So a tough cooler of a turn card there for John after trying to lay a trap there on that flop. Need an ace or a jack. It does hit the ace. John is going to stay alive. His delayed bet there, catching up to him on the turn, but then picks up the boat on the river. What a river there for John. Oof. Went from a pretty big first to a pretty big dog to a dragging the chips there on that river. So tough beat there for Orlando, unfortunately. And he will make his way to the tournament booth to re-enter. Tough river. few limp ins here. Jack 3, 4, 2 diamonds. Promo Pat flopping best with the pair of jacks. Robert with the gut shot wheel. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Does give Vu a gut shot. Promo Pat turning open ended with his top pair. Going to lead out here for 2,200 and no takers for the rest of the table. Three players check the flop and 3-2-a turn of the jack of diamonds. Monica with the open-ended still and Robert making top pair on that turn. Monica betting 3,000. Robert immediately raising it up to 10. Vu letting his pair of eights go. Tough call here for Monica, who just re-entered the tournament but has a ton of outs, as you see there on top of your screen. Does go ahead and make that call. Any diamond, there it is. So she's going to make that flush to run down Robert's turn to top pair. Let's see how she wants to bet this out. She does go ahead and go all in. And it's not much for Robert to call, but the problem is it's just, it's just a real frustration fold there. He said it wasn't that much more to call, but he knew that it was diamonds written all over it. So frustrating there for Robert, but fantastic for Monica, having the open-ended and the diamond draw, having too many outs, never can fold, played absolutely as she should. A few new faces at this feature table. This is just one table of 5, I believe, in the field. Haven't looked in the last little bit. Quite a few entries into this Flight B here at Poker House Fort Worth. Let's have a quick look in on this tournament. We've still got an hour of registration. I already have 70 entries. That's right, 70 entries and still an hour left of registration. So you still have plenty of time to get in to this flight B of this $50,000 tournament. And who knows, maybe you'll be rotated through the live stream feature table. We are treating it just like any other table out in the field. People will bust out, exit the table. People will be rotated in and out based for table balance, just like any other tournament that you play in. We've already seen quite a few new faces here on the stream as people have been eliminated and re-entered the tournament. Three players to a flop of Jack 10 King. Kahuna flopping second pair. Promo Pat open ended. Monica is coming along with her. She's the one that bet out actually the Ace 8 offsuit on this flop. As we let the graphics catch up here, it looks like got heads up between Monica and Pat with another bet in turn as the 9 did make promo Pat the straight. And he turns over his hand and reluctant fold there by Monica. Monica needing Pat's queen there to make her straight. It's a good no bet there by promo Pat on that river as the spades got there on the end. As we have another player join the table. Quite a bit of thorough put here on this feature table. Players tending to play a little more loose, a little more wild on these smaller buy-in tournaments. But this small buy-in tournament has a $50,000 guarantee price tag. How huge is that? So rather than not taking a tournament seriously, they're taking this very seriously by buying in and re-entering several times, trying to spin up a good stack. And if it happens to not work out, they can re-enter at a cheap price. Hugo going to be getting involved for the first time with 10-8 suited. Promo Pat comes along for the big blind of 800 with ace 7 off suit. Vu picking up king 8 suited, good enough to raise to 4,000. Hugo decides to make the call with the 10-8 of clubs. See if Pat does let this one go. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. 10-8 versus king 8. And 8-9 ace on this flop. Both players flopping bottom pair. Backdoor spades for Vu. Hugo checking the option over to Vu. Vu betting 5,000. Called by Hugo with bottom pair. Another ace on the turn, making each player's 8 look a little bit better. But unfortunately, Hugo is just outkicked. And there is king on the river for improving Vu's hand. Didn't need it, but still got it. Players check the turn. Hugo bets 5,000, and Vu is pausing. Vu is pausing here. Curious. He has a huge stack. Does he really want to keep it? He does make the call. Actually, it looks like he might have raised it there, and then Hugo laid it down because it looks like Hugo, the pot did get pushed Vu's way, and it did not look like Vu had to expose his cards there. So, good hand there by Vu, and good on Hugo for getting mixed up into that with one of my favorite hands, 10-8 suited. I have a few friends out there that enjoy playing 10-8. And again, get in here and gamble a little bit with a cheap buy-in, trying to build up a big stack. The top 8% will be moving on from this flight, joining the qualifiers from yesterday's Flight A. Hugo calling 1,000 with Queen 10, Nate calling 1,000. Richard, new player in the sixth seat, raising it up to 8,000 with pocket tens. And only got one caller in, Nate, with ace 9 off suit. Two new players headed to the flop of 7 deuce queen. A follow-up bet there by Richard after a check from Nate of 5,000. Nate laying that down. So welcome to the table, Richard, picking up a quick pot, building up the confidence on a new re-entry. And it could have been his first entry. We still have quite a bit of time of registration, so a lot of players still showing up to this Flight B. About 50 minutes, a little less than an hour, 50 minutes left of registration. We have 74 entries so far into this Flight B here at Poker House Fort Worth. Let's have a look into Poker House Peaks over in Dallas, see how they are doing. They are sitting at 56 entries with about 45 minutes left. The Poker House Fort Worth got started a little bit later, just a couple minutes later than the Poker House Peaks. That was probably due to our tournament director, Eric, over there at Poker House Peaks, probably being more efficient than me getting the tournament started, as I like to ramble a lot about the rules in the beginning of tournaments. So they are a few minutes ahead of us here at Poker House Fort Worth, but either club still has plenty of time for you to come join in on this Flight B. We had 89 entries in Fort Worth and 81 entries over in Dallas last night, totaling 170 entries. And right now we are creeping up on those same numbers, 56 at Peaks and 74 in Burleson. So we are on pace to be surpassing this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. And that's pretty exciting for all players, considering the price point on this thing is an amazing $65 entry. That's it. 65 bucks. Yeah, you can get a bonus 10,000 in chips for 10 bucks. So you can spend 75. And for 30,000 in chips, it's still a fantastic deal for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament, which is trending towards being more than that. Folds around to Hugo and Nate in the blinds. And we have the first walk of the tournament. Should happen more than it does, but Texas poker bleeds over even into the tournament play. Lots of people like to see flops. Blinds are now 500, 1,000 with a $1,000 ante. We've reached a full table again as players have filtered through, made their way to the feature table. Promo Pat waking up with a real hand, making it 3,500 to go with his ace king offsuit. Monica makes the call with king jack offsuit. In rough shape again, she has had not much luck so far in this flight B. Going to need a few jacks here while she's covered up in suits and diamonds and spades. Going to need some straight cards or a lot of jacks. Gets a flop of 8, 3, 9. No help to either player. Promo Pat keeps the aggression up with 3,000 bet. And I don't know if Monica can continue along with this one, but she does, trying to pick up some equity of straight on the turn. 6 of spades on the turn. No help to either player here. Pat still keeping the foot on the gas of 6,000. And it looks like Monica does make the fold. Quite a few people tuned into the stream. I want to welcome you to Poker House Fort Worth live stream. One of the players rooting on here at this feature table, or just tuning in to watch the action on this $65 buy-in, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Lots of buy-ins today in both locations. This is flight number 2, flight B, out of 8 flights for this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Both locations, Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks, having 8 flights this week. The top 8% of the field bagging and tagging into day 2, June 30th, this coming Sunday at 1 o'clock at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. The top 12% get paid in this tournament. We do have some cash outs in every one of these flights. When we hit 12% of the field, the next few eliminations receiving a min cash of $100 as they fight their way to the top 8% to win much, much more in this $50,000 guarantee. And with entries trending well over the last couple days, yesterday and today, projecting more than $50,000 guarantee as interest for this tournament spreads further and further with an excellent price point into such a guarantee. You can double bag, take your top 2 bags to Poker House Peaks. So we had 7 players qualify from Fort Worth and 6 players qualify from Dallas for a total of 13 qualifiers so far. Those 13, for instance, could re-enter today, and a lot of them did in order to get that second bag to add to that first day 1 bag and take 2 bags forward. And if you can plan enough flights and get into the top 8% 3 times, you can take your top 2 bags with you to Dallas, and the third bag receive an instant $500 cash bonus. That's right, a $500 triple bag bonus. So there's still plenty of time to get that 3 bags in the flights. This is only the second of 8 flights, flight B, and still get that double bags added together and get that triple bag to get that $500 cash bonus. Vu and John heads up to a flop of 5-5-10. Vu with Jack 8, John with King 9. Neither player catching much. A 4 of spades on the turn does not change anything. King 9 of John still ahead. Goes check, check to a river. A king there for John. Bets 3,000. Vu lets that go real quickly. So John picking up a much needed pot. Hasn't had the pleasure of dragging chips for the last little bit, but he still has a monster stack on a couple big all-ins that he was on the beneficiary side of. Hand number 55 of this Flight B. About 2 hours into this tournament. Have about an hour left of registration before the first break. Kahuna folding under the gun with 10-6 offsuit. Hugo raises it up here with ace-jack suited. Nate next to him in the 5 seat, waking up with ace-10 offsuit, makes the call. Blinds are 500 to 1,000 with 1,000 ante. 5,500 being the bet. 3 ways to the flop with 5,500. Monica deciding to get involved as well. And a flop of 10, queen, 6, 2 hearts. Monica flopping top pair with her queen jack, out flopping Hugo with the ace jack and Nate with the ace 10. Hugo letting his ace jacks go, and Nate going to go ahead and see another card with. He's going to go ahead and go all in here. Monica bet enough to put Nate all in. He's going to go ahead and gamble the rest of his chips with the second pair, and Monica going to be best with the queen jack. Nate looking for an ace or a 10. Needing an ace or a 10 to take the lead in this hand. Seven of hearts gives life for Nate for the ace high flush. And he does hit the ace on the river. So Monica's unfortunate run bat just continues. Unable to just close out on some of these hands, catch some lucky turns and rivers, and others being able to get there instead of her. So she is back down in her stack, but still in it, and still plenty of time for register if it doesn't last again. It's not a very expensive bullet. Only $75 if you get the full add-on at the beginning of the, when you buy in, the instant bonus for $10 for 10,000 in chips for a 30,000 starting stack. And for a $50,000 guarantee tournament, it's worth firing a few bullets into this tournament. Dealer Paul in the box. Blinds are 500, 1,000, and 1,000 ante, doing the big blind ante format. Hugo looking down at a pretty king, queen offsuit. Makes the call for 1,000. Ace 8 of diamonds for Nate. Very playable hand. Looking around and seeing who else is in the pot. He did call the 1,000, and Promo Pat going to raise this one up to 3,500 with ace 7 of spades. Kahuna not getting anything to fight with. Comes back around to Hugo, who doesn't have a lot in his stack, so he goes ahead and ships this in there with his king queen. Do not blame him there for a total of about 10,000. So Nate, getting stuck kind of in the middle here, decides to go ahead and fold, and a good fold by him. It's hard to when you have action on both sides of you, go ahead and let that 1,000 go you had in there. So Hugo going to be all in for his tournament life with 11,000 in promo Pat, trying to run him off the table with ace 7 of spades. John getting the pot and cards together as we go to a flop. And we're going to see all clubs, Jack, Queen, 3. Hugo takes the lead with a pair of queens. And ace on the turn does take the hand for Pat. Neither player having a club, so they're irrelevant. Making 2 pair on the river is promo Pat, eliminating Hugo in this tournament. So Hugo will be on his way to the tournament podium to hopefully re-enter into this tournament while we still have registration open and getting fantastic value for his dollar. And maybe we'll see him back on the feature table depending on balance of the tables in the field.
Say that live. I'm gonna need some of your change.
Lots of players limping in for the 1,000 big blind as it comes around to Monaco, who raises up to 6,000 with the king-queen offsuit. John making the call with 9-8 suited. Robert making the call with ace deuce of clubs as well. So John and Robert both sharing clubs. Richard makes the call with king 10. 4 players to a flop. 2 10s and a 5. So huge flop for Richard. Huge flop for Richard. It's going to check all the way around to Monaco, who's going to put in the last of her chips and unfortunately not have much of a shot to get them back, as Richard will make this call with his king 10 having 3 of a kind, and Monica gets the bad news, needing lots of help here. Needing some running queens or some kings to possibly chop the pot. The turn is a queen, so there is life. But it does not come on the river. So Richard going to be taking down Monica. And Monica, as you see, stopping there at the tournament podium like a true warrior, re-entering back into the tournament. Not a very expensive price point for a $50,000 tournament. Might as well fire as many bullets as you can muster. 74 entries in, or 77 entries right now, looking at my live look-in on the phone. Again, the stream is on a 15-minute delay. 77 entries with a little over 30 minutes left of registration. So you've got about 30 minutes left to get here for this Flight B. Also at Poker House Peaks in Dallas, the same tournament. These two clubs working together on this tournament. 57 have entered over at Poker House Peaks, and they have just under 30 minutes left of registration. So whether you are listening or watching in the Dallas area or the Fort Worth area, you can play in either location. Kahuna going to 3-bet this pot pre-flop, called by Vu on a 10-8 deuce flop. Vu's going to flop best with second pair. Backdoor hearts for Kahuna, needing that or an ace to catch up with Vu. Check, check to a turn. 4 of clubs brings the front door flush draw. And Vu is going to go ahead and bet it now for his turn. And Kahuna just doesn't have much to fight with. Going to sit here and think about it for a minute. Does he really want to make the call with ace high? Doesn't look like it. Finally lets it go, and Vu is going to take down that pot, putting him back over the 100K mark. Joined by my kicker. Everybody knows my kicker there in the 9 seat from the DJ's Game live stream. Coming over from the cash game scene into the tournament scene, and I don't blame him. A $50,000 guarantee tournament is hard to pass up when it's only $65 to even get in. John and Vu, the chip leaders at the table, both over the 100K mark. Nate looking at a jack 8 decides to let it go. Richard King deuce suited decides to let that go. Pat queen 5, Vu 10-6 suited of spades. It's 1,200 now to call the big blind, and he decides to come along with that massive chip stack to splash around with. Kicker folds the jack 4 suited. Kahuna ace 9 into the muck. Ace 8 for John decides to defend the button position.
son, you're here. Hey, come get it. Get it? No, I'm there. Outside. She was mad because it's all coming inside. Big old water. Took her an hour and a half to get up the stairs. How old? My wife. Oh, your wife? My wife. You talking about one of your kids? No, my wife. She's 40-something years old. Yeah, she's like, I sit in here for an hour and a half. Yeah. I don't care. Let her.
And I am back on the stream here. Sorry, I got called away for a quick floor call. My name is Reese. I am the TD of the tournaments here. So once in a while, I have to sneak out of the commentary booth to make a quick floor call. And John B's hand is going to hold up here with the ace-10 to win this pot against Vu. I think John and Promo Pat may be the only original two members of this featured table that we had to start the tournament with. Got Paul in the box in this $65 entry, $50,000 guaranteed tournament. That's right, 65 entry. You get 20,000 in chips, and you can, for $10, get the instant bonus for 10,000. Having a 30,000 chip stack for only $75 into a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. You can't beat that. You've got about 20 minutes left to register for this flight B. We're going to have quite a few more flights throughout this week. We have 8 flights total. This is the second flight, Flight B. So you'll have some other opportunities if you can't make it in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Do a quick live look in on how many entries we have had. Here at Poker House Fort Worth, we've had 84 entries and a little less than 20 minutes left to get in on this flight. We've got about 5 tournament tables out there on the floor, which is why I have to occasionally get called away. No aces in anybody's hands right here. So Kicker and Pat both have a pair of 6s in their hand, both playing the rest of the board. I bet they're by Kahuna with his Jack 10. And it's going to get the 6s to lay it down. So Kahuna betting well there to pick up that pot 5 ways. The table sound will be making a comeback here shortly. Had to make a few adjustments. So until then, have to just enjoy the action on the screen. And I'll do the best for the audio myself until I have to occasionally step away. But the audio should be back in about 15 minutes. A quick look into Poker House Peaks, the other club doing the same tournament, all joined together with us. 58 entries. They've got about 10 minutes left of registration. They have reached the break. So they are going to be right about 58 entries. Might not make it over there unless you are already in the building there at Poker House Peaks to get in on theirs. But because we were a few minutes behind them, they have 9 minutes left of registration and we have 16. So I hope you are close to either. But even if you can't get in on this flight B, we're going to have plenty of other flights left. 6 more flights to get into this thing. And this is a 2 bags forward tournament. So you can take 2 bags to day 2, June 30th at 1 o'clock at Poker House Peaks. So you got to be able to get bags twice in the next 6 flights if you haven't had a chance to come join us. top 8% bag and tag for day 2. Playing the mystery game there with my kicker and Vu on those cards. And 6-5 is about the range that I would have guessed for kicker and Vu. 2 fantastic players, but either one can show up with any combination of 2 cards at any time, no matter the pre-flop bet. Super fun and entertaining poker players to watch. The tournament players are a few minutes from their 15-minute break, and we will stick with them on stream until they go on their break, and then we will take a short break and then be back with you all the way through this flight B. Nate going to call with 10-8 offsuit. Richard looks like he raised it up to 6,000 with his ace-king offsuit. Promo Pat letting his go. Folding all the way around to Kahuna. Jack-4 letting it go. John letting go the queen-5. Nate did not challenge with the 10-8 offsuit, so a pickup there with the ace-king. And while Paul is getting the next hand together, show you here the remaining flights coming up since we're just about out of time to get into this one, but you can still watch us get down to the end of this one to cheer on your favorite player at the featured table. Today is Wednesday. The 6 p.m. flight registration is just about over. Tomorrow, 6 p.m., same place, Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks, 6 p.m. tomorrow, Flight C. Flight C tomorrow. And then Friday, we're going to have 2 flights, one at noon and one at 6 p.m. That's going to be a very, very fun-filled day of poker, 12 and 6, only to be beat by the next day, Saturday. We have a 12 p.m. noon, a 6 p.m. flight, and then a 10 p.m. turbo flight Saturday night. Now, the good thing about that turbo flight is if you already bagged once, you can get that second bag in a quick little turbo tournament. But if you haven't got that bag at all, you might be able to get in and sneak into day 2 with some of the chips that's into the money. But the best thing is it gives you one more opportunity. If you have gotten 2 bags over the next 5 flights, you can use that last turbo flight to get the triple bag bonus. The triple bag bonus, take 3 bags. The top 2 move to day 2, and the third one you sacrifice for a $500 cash bonus. Now, if the cards are correct on this hand here, this may be a little bit of a train wreck here. Nate going to be out kicking Vu on ace 3 versus ace 10 on a 9 ace 7 board. Vu may be able to sniff out here that Nate has an ace because Nate continues to come along here. If no heart here comes on the river, and it does not, a 4 that doesn't change anything. So let's see if Nate wants to lead out on this one here. He does check it. Vu's going to fire again and fire aggressively. Looks like the dealer is asking for a chip count here. So it looks like it was an all-in and a call. It was. It was an all-in and a call. Nate went all in. Vu snap called, and like I said, a train wreck waiting to happen. And so Vu takes a pretty not a huge hit to his stack, but a good double up there by Nate, having the better kicker on that double ace flop. Paul there verifying the chip stack. while Nate gets the full double up, pushing him toward the 100K mark and bringing Boov back down to a little less than 90K in chips. So tough hand there for Vu, but still has a ton of chips to play with, and a good full double up there for Nate. Nate gonna raise his hand up with ace queen at 3200. Vu calls 8-6 suited. Nice little sneaky hand. John B, queen jack offsuit, went to see a flop. Robert folds the king 7 suited. Bud, the new player to the table, waking up with ace deuce of spades. Looks like he's gonna make that call, defending the small blind, and to 32. And 4 very playable hands to a flop as Paul brings in the chips. We get to see a flop of 6-3-5 rainbow flop. Vu flopping top pair, Bud with the gut shot wheel draw. And Vu is going to waste no time and lead this one out for 10,000. And these big cards are not going to be able to make the call very easily. And Nate's going to go ahead and look up Vu floating with the ace queen. Let's see if Vu continues the aggression. No, Nate's going to take the betting lead here. Great play by Nate. Looks like he's going to bet 12,000, he bet 18,000, and Vu makes the call. So this pot is building and building quickly. An ace on the river does take it for Nate. What a river! Vu is not going to like to see that card. Yeah, it frustratingly checks back. And there go the cards down. Vu unhappy about that river. He was correct in that call and was still punished on the river by the ace falling. So difficult for Vu there. Sometimes that's poker. You make the right decision and still get punished for it. But that's 2 decent pots that Nate has pulled away from Vu. And so now Nate, the chip leader at this featured table with a little over 130,000 in chips. Vu still down to about double the starting stack, so still plenty of chips to do with what he will. We run a 15-minute delay here on stream, just like any other live stream. And the players just went on their break about 5 minutes ago. So we're about 10 minutes from the first break and the end of registration. So we will take a quick break while the players are on their break. Here in about 10 minutes or so. Kahuna raising it up. No, he's just going to call with the queen 10 offsuit. Robert, who needs to make a stand pretty soon without many chips left, hasn't been able to catch many cards here in the last little bit. Does fold, but lets the small blind go. And Nate looks like he's going to check his option with 6 deuce of diamonds. So we're going to go heads up to a flop. Ace 7 5, check quickly. 6 does give Nate a pair. He's going to bet it out on this turn card. Kahuna doesn't have much to be able to call here, and so unless he wants to make a move, but he chooses not to and folds the queen 10, so Nate is going to pick up an extra big blind there. Hand number 70. Number 70 of this flight B. Registration is just about closed, but we still have plenty of flights left this week. So still plenty of time this week to get in on this $50,000 guarantee, $65 entry tournament. And there's our sound of the table. Apologize for that time without it. But on the button, raising all in with the queen jack offsuit. Trying to make a move here before the end of registration. These players can still go broke and register in these last few minutes and or surrender the chips that they have in front of them and re-enter the tournament as well. No takers, though, in the blinds, and so Bud's going to pick up those blinds there. The blinds are $800, $1,600 with a $1,600 ante. So when we come back from a break, the blinds will be 1, 2 with a $2,000 ante, 1,000, 2,000 with a $2,000 ante. Vu's going to be the first one to act. Looking down at pocket fives. Still got plenty of chips there. Going to raise it up to 10,000 to play. Kahuna folding king jack. Good laydown. Nate on the button, his nemesis the last 30 minutes or so, does wake up with pocket sevens. So Nate dominating Vu once again. Let's see if it holds just the same or if Vu can sneak in a 5. Ace 7 9, so no help to Vu, and Nate flops a set. So Nate still having the number of Vu. Nate trying to slow play this hand, but cannot slow play much longer as Vu is not choosing to do much of anything. Nate bets 15,000 immediate fold there by Vu. So good on Vu for not getting too aggressive in that hand. Would have definitely lost a lot more than he did just now. So Nate continues to have the upper hand in their little mini rivalry here at the feature table of the Flight B $50,000 guarantee. Sorry about that. Had to head out and help with the break a little bit there. And that means for the stream, they'll be going on the 15-minute break into registration. And so the stream will be on a quick 15-minute break. All in there for Robert, just looking to get it in and double up and or re-enter the tournament. Needs an 8 or a 4. Oh, he got the 4, so going to have a dodge an 8 and a 5, and he does. So Robert going to get. Oh no, the straight for Richard. So Robert's going to be afforded the opportunity to re-enter the tournament. No, but that's the goal. Whenever you get short in these re-entry tournaments, especially with a buy-in as cheap as this one, you want to come back in with the maximum chips possible. So get in there and try to double it up. So this will be the last hand before the 15-minute break. And do not worry, we will be back carrying you guys down to the qualifiers. I will need to step away for a little while to do some tournament admin stuff to see how many people are going to get their min caches today and how many people are advancing. I'll turn up the table volume so you guys don't miss any of the action while I'm doing the tournament director stuff. Vu going to put in his chips here to try to get a quick double up or re-enter. See if he has any takers here in these last few blind people here. Kahuna, Queen 9, let's go. John B looks like he's going to make the call with the Queen King. So Vu at risk, who has had a roller coaster of a night, could not be stopped earlier and then just couldn't really catch much after that. But that's how poker goes. King at 9-4, big flop there for John. Vu looking for a lot of help and is not going to be able to get it. So John B going to pick up some extra chips there before the break. So again, everyone, the players are now at the end of registration break. So the stream will be back in about 15 minutes as the players come back from the break. And we'll have some numbers for you guys. But if just stick around and the stream will be back right after their 15-minute break.
Pat folded and he's only the 26. That's a fold in the 160. 26 now.
And we are back from the break. No more re-entries. Serious poker time only. We're trying to get down to 12% of the field to make it to the money, and then 8% to move on to day two. And right out of the bat, we've got John B waking up with queens and my kicker with queen jack. King, no help there at all. So queens are going to hold. So my kicker getting it in as soon as he comes back from a break there. And John B waking up with pocket queens. Tons of outs there for a kicker there at the end. Any king, any club. So the bigger chip stacks get bigger. The 25,000 chips are in play. You see the blues there where 25,000's reds worth 5,000's, yellows are 1,000. In the Summer Jam $50,000 guaranteed tournament, this is Flight 1B. We have just passed registration. There are 6 more flights remaining, so you have plenty of time this week to get in on this tournament. The final numbers here at Poker House Fort Worth, we had 87 entries. 87 entries. And over at Peaks, the flights there, Flight B there, ended up with 68 entries. So this tournament's on pace to be more than 50,000. You don't want to count your chickens, but it could be more than 50,000 guaranteed, but it'll at least be that. Jarrell flopping big here with the queen king kicker. Kahuna with the bottom pair. Bet and a call. 3 on the turn. No help or change for anyone except for Kahuna. Does pick up a spade draw, so all in and a call. So Kahuna looking for a spade or another 6 or a 4. Does not happen, so Jarrell's going to get the full double up here.
Good. So 6 folds, 7 folds. You're good. You're good. Alright, everyone has the cards up. Drill, who's scanning? Alright. Good. 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 folds. 5,000 raised. 1 fold is on drill. So, yep. Four folds be 5 calls. So we should have the full. Check. Check. Kahuna bets it all. 7 folds, 8 folds, or 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold, checks. Check it. Check it. Checks around. Check and check. Check. Checks all over. Then we go check, check, 0. Check. Check. Pair of 9s right here.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, that was the X spades. Check around.
How much? I was like, there's no shot that he's good here because any hammer card beats him besides the ace.
Yeah. Everyone's standing? Good. 8 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold. 0 makes it 7,000. Fold, 1 fold, 1 fold, 1 fold, 1 fold. Don't fold it, please. Good.
Nobody can pull
See
those
it,
hands
see it,
off.
see it, this thing. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, we looked.
Sure.
It was aces.
One more folds around,
Gonna get
6
back.
calls, pat calls, and option checks.
It'd be like 3.
Gonna do a splash spot, 5, 6, 7, all spades.
Check. That's 5,000. Fold. Tap. So, 7 or 8 bed, hat, 6 fold. What is it?
He's like, I didn't look at that hard. It's all 2. He said, 2, 3. He said, hey, we're the live stream. I can't let us do 3.
See me have ace and hearts last night.
What time is it? 9:30.
And we want to welcome Smokey to the stream here at Poker House Fort Worth on this Flight B. Smokey, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me adjust your volume there. Give me another hello there.
Hey, can you hear me?
That
Let
should
me
be
turn
good.
my mic up too. What about that?
That sounds good to me. Let me
Awesome.
pull this up, do one more sound test on here.
Check.
Tell us what we're looking at. Tell us what we're watching here.
Yeah, all right. We are watching. I'm just tuning in here, but it looks like we are at the 1,500 and 3,000 blind mark in our $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only a $65 entry. This is day 1B, if I'm correct. Yeah, I'm just hopping in, see how things are going. I think I'm going to take the stream over from you so you can go do a few things there in the room. So I'll hang out with with all the viewers. How many people we got? How's the stream going? Well, I hope you heard me. Looks like we got an all-in the call here. Jacks versus Deuces. Deuces drawing dead.
Oh, right there. I would just tune it in on an outside source, adjusting the volumes to make you sound perfect there.
Awesome.
So
you caught what I was saying, I assume, but
yep, this is Flight B. We are past registration. 87 entries here at 87 entries here at Poker House Fort Worth. I had to double check myself there. By my math, and I need to sit down and do the paperwork and verify, but it looks like we're looking for 6 people, the top 6, to move on to day 2, and 4 players, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place will all be receiving a $100 min cash.
Yep. So they will be in the money, but just not quite deep enough to make day 2. Correct?
That's it. They're going to get the min cash of $100, which is good enough for another bullet to come back and try tomorrow, since we have 6 more flights to get into the day 2.
You got to keep trying because we're taking our best 2 bags forward. So I'm sure you've explained that, but just to reiterate, players that double bag, if you take 100,000 chips in flight 1A and 100,000 in flight 1D, that means you have 200,000 coming back for day 2. So you got to keep trying. And on top of that, there's a triple bag bonus worth $500. So got to keep shooting.
And they're going to have 6 more opportunities to do so tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then we're talking about at Poker House Fort Worth and at Peaks. These flights are running simultaneously in both locations. So whether you're in the Dallas area or the Fort Worth area, you can go to either club and play in the same tournament at the same time. And then everyone is going back to Poker House Peaks in Dallas on Sunday for day 2 at 1 p.m.
I was fixing to ask what time. You just hit the nail on the head. It is 1 p.m.
Yep.
It's going to be a ton of fun on day 2. A lot of cash games going. There's a lot of seating at Peaks. We have a full bar at Peaks. So even if you didn't make day 2 and you want to come check it out, come see what it's all about. Playing some cash games or just sit at the bar and have a drink while you figure out who's going to win this thing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you can see on the screen there. I just pulled up the remaining schedule there. Can you see that on your end there, Smokey?
Yep, it looks beautiful. Great graphic.
That is that there. So Thursday, the 27th, 6 p.m. So we're going to repeat what we did today and yesterday. And now Friday, tomorrow, both locations are going to have 2 flights. I'm sorry, day after tomorrow, 2 flights on Friday, 12 noon and 6 p.m. And then Saturday is the big moving day, noon, 6 p.m. and then a turbo a flight at 10 p.m. It's basically going to be the exact same thing, same chip stack, same structure, just half the blind limit. So it's going to be a 10-minute blind. So it's going to be a turbo structure. So hopefully you're getting trying to get your triple bag bonus by the time that turbo hits, or trying to shoot your last shot to get into the money to coming back to day 2 at Poker House Peaks.
Yeah, which flight are you shooting?
If I had the time to play, I would play.
I agree. There's too much value. It sucks that we're stuck working, right? But we got a hand here. Pat and John B. Both have the same hand. Pat's a little on the shorter end here. He's got looks like he committed about a third of his stack, so I don't think he's going anywhere here. Let's see what John does.
Yeah, John has had the largest stack for most of the time here on the feature table, and him and Pat are, I think, the only two that started out on this feature table that's still on the feature table, as other people have rotated in and out and were been eliminated. And so John's going to respect the 3-bet there and lay it down there to Promo Pat, because Promo Pat's been kind of quiet the last hour or so. So that move there is pretty strong out of him.
Yeah, the stream's looking good. I didn't get to watch earlier, but everything looks good. The overlays look good. Everything's nice. You guys are doing a good job.
Yeah, we've got a few more things coming that I'm excited about. We've just got to get a few things changed. We're going to get some more overlays nailed down. The sound, I've got it about as good as I can get on my end for my microphone, but we're going to get a headset in so we can get in some guest commentary, get moved into that other room where we're going to get it all set up and really raise the level of these streams now that we've got the sound and the pictures set really well. And the table audio is working pretty good too.
Yeah,
I've got it kind of turned down right now, but
okay. When you're hosting this chat, you can turn it up and down.
Yep.
Okay.
We have dealer Matt in the box for this Flight B. Like I said, we are past registration, so these guys are playing for their tournament lives now. So the pace and type of play will be a little bit different than we've been doing the roller coaster earlier. I'm telling you, it was kind of fast and furious for the first 3 hours in this thing. People firing, not afraid to get in there and get dirty with the re-entry being so cheap in this 50,000.
Yeah, I've never heard of such a large guarantee for such a great price point. I don't want to say cheap price point because $65 is still a lot of money, but what a great price point. I've never seen this done, and it's been a success so far. You guys are knocking it out of the park.
Yep, the $65 entry gets you 20,000 in chips, and then you can do an instant $10 bonus for another 10,000 in chips. So you get 30,000 in chips to play for only $75.
And you guys are starting off at what was it, 1 and 1, and then 1 2, or is it just 1 2 2 3?
I believe it starts at 1 2. Yeah. So,
1 2 2 3.
but the blinds are pretty gentle going up to the registration. So there's 3 hours, plenty of time to play, and the blinds really haven't been too restrictive.
No,
on some good poker been played.
Absolutely, and that's what I was referring to. What a great, a lot of times when you pay a smaller amount of money for a tournament, you're kind of herded in there like cattle, and you're out the door in an hour or two. But there's a lot of play in this tournament. It's a really, really good tournament. Yeah. We got another big hand here with Promo Pat picking up the same walking back to Houston hand here.
Jarrell, a new one to the table there. No, that was Jaden, new to the table. Going to call him down with those pocket threes. Unfortunately, misses that flop completely.
Promo Pat didn't flop a pair, but he's got a monster redraw. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. He puts in a bet and takes it down.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty solid today. We saw him get aggressive early. I think he was planning on spinning it up or re-entering, and caught some hands early and got some bets through. Played a lot of typical Promo Pat style hands, and they worked out for him. So he was able to spin it up, and he's able to maintain a pretty decent stack throughout the tournament so far.
Yep, and like you said, to testify to what you said about the play, I mean, he's got over 50 bigs, so there's no sense of urgency yet. I'm trying to see the stacks here. Can you display the stacks? What do we got here on the table?
Yeah, Lorenzo's still got on that one. It says some more changes we've got coming on there, but you can see him as we scroll through their turn of action. Nate, Nate was pretty short stacked for a while, and then ran into some hands with Vu. Vu was at the table for a little while, and Vu had a monster stack, just a pure sun run early and could not miss. Had a monster stack and ran into about 3 hands in about 15 minutes with Nate, and shipped most of his chips over to Nate. And so that's where you see he's sitting at that 124K mark. Richard doubled the starting stack there, still comfortable. Most everybody's, the blinds are 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 coming back from the end of registration. So no one's really on live support right now. But they're still can get stacks in pretty easily at this level.
That's an interesting hand here. Nate's going to call with a middle pair and a 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, and that's going to be the third best diamond left in the deck. Check, pot control on that turn card. Deuce of clubs ruins everything for either player. So it's just a matter if Nate wants to try to make a move on this pot. And he did. He did lead out for 17,000 there. But is Richard going to look him up? He's cut out the chips.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to call here.
Yeah. That was a good bet.
That was the reason for the turn check, pot control.
Yeah, good bet there by Nate. I'd like to seen it a little bigger, and probably might have worked. But Richard just too much value out there and had too much left behind. So good bullet there fired by Nate on that river, but just not quite enough caliber on that one.
Yep. Story didn't quite make sense, I didn't think. But yeah, interesting hand. I like the check on the turn by Richard there. Keep the pot small. That way you can just, call that, bluff catch on the river with the ace.
Just enough showdown value there. On to hand number 92 in this Flight B. If you are just tuning in, I've noticed a little bit of a jump in viewership as we have gotten into the second half of the tournament post-registration. This is Reese and Smokey with Poker House Fort Worth live stream on this Flight B. I'll have to get a live look in on how many players remaining, but we are playing down to 8% bag with 12% in the money. So how that looks tonight is 7th through 10th place will all be receiving $100 min cash. And then the final 6 will be bagging and tagging for day 2 at Poker House Peaks on Sunday.
28 players remaining. Sorry to cut you off there.
28.
Yes, sir. Just
okay.
look.
Now we are 15 minutes in the past, so anything we look at live could be a little bit off. So we have to be careful when we start getting closer.
Yeah, there you go. I'm a spoiler alert, I guess. But
spoiler alert: at 15 minutes from now, there's 28 players remaining, but we don't have any views of the outer tables, so we're still not spoiling anything just quite yet. We don't know if these players are still left or not in those 28. But yesterday we qualified 13 players, and today, like I said, we have 6 from. Looks like we have 6 for Poker House Fort Worth, and Peaks looks like they are going to be bagging 5. So we're going to be adding 11 bags to that list. Now, some of those could be double baggers. We are allowing 2 bags forward in this tournament. And but if we don't have any double baggers, that's what the number will be 13 plus 11. So 24 players advancing out of 2 days to day 2.
We are moving right along in this thing. They are going quick. That's what they want. They want to see a lot of hands. Time is a ticking. And who did you say this dealer was? It's good.
This is Matt.
All right, good.
Dealer Matt. Him and Paul have been taking turns on this live stream. And typically we don't fly through the action so quickly on our cash games. We kind of make it more enjoyable. But these guys are playing a tournament, so the tournament is first. The entertainment is secondary right now. So if things do go pretty fast, it's because the clock is ticking, like Smokey said, on these guys. So you have to make sure the tournament comes first and these players are getting the hands they deserve. But we still get to see the action and enjoy it. And that's what we are doing this for.
Yeah, and not a lot of big decisions yet. Nobody's really tanking, going to the tank. We're seeing minimum size pots, not a lot of big hands, not at least since I've jumped on, but I would expect it to slow down a little bit when we get some bigger hands.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a frenzy right after the end of registration where people were trying to go ahead and get some chips or get out and get into the cash games. We got 2 cash games running right now and about to open a 3rd table here. So
Nice.
If you are watching and or listening near the Burleson area, we do have some cash games going. So it's pretty busy for a Wednesday night here at Poker House Fort Worth.
What games do we have running? I can take a look.
We got 2-1-2 tables. One of them is I believe it's a reverse bomb pot button. The other one's just a pure 1-2. And then the third table, I'm not sure if they're going to try to open a dealer's choice or not, but we would have a little bit of everything for anybody if they wanted to make their way on in to Poker House Fort Worth, and maybe take a look and see what Peaks has got going on in case we got some listeners from the Dallas side of the Metroplex.
All right, let me take a look here. You are right. You guys have 2 1-2s. One of them straight 1-2. The other one does have a bomb pot button if you're into bomb pots. And Peaks right now, looks like they're still tournament heavy. They have one 1-2 game going, and it has a dealer's choice button. So, like you said, the lists are filling up quick. There's a lot of people on the list. I expect us to get a dealer's choice game going.
Yeah, I think that's the way the action is going to be the rest of the week with this tournament, because it is bringing in a lot of players, and as it should. Look at the fantastic price point. $65 for a $50,000 tournament is quite the draw, and so that's going to bring the players. And then the players, if they do happen to bust out, maybe not be ready to go home yet, and so we'll have some cash games going. It's going to be that way all week here at Poker House Fort Worth and at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. Jarrell going to raise this up to 8,000 with King Jack offsuit, called Ace 10. I believe that was Promo Pat that called him, and it was. Neither player hitting this flop. Jarrell with the betting lead, going to go ahead and continue on that flop and tell the story, and Pat's going to get out of the way, not connecting with that flop there. So a good little pickup there by Jarrell. Now, seat number 4 there. Can't remember his name, but he took down last week. I sat down in one of the free rolls. I believe it was the Sunday night one. Kind of got tired of looking at my computer and doing work, so I decided to play in the Chipapalooza. And he was the lion's share winner. There was 3 of us that chopped it, me, him, and another guy, and we gave him a little bit extra. Good player, nice guy. Let's see, Jaden is his name.
The Bass Pro hat.
He was wearing that same hat.
I was just looking at your trying. I did recognize him.
Yep. He was wearing that same hat when he took down the larger cut of that free roll. So I let him get in the picture.
Nothing wrong with the Bass Pro shot, Pat. But speaking of the action, there was a post that just went out an hour ago from the Peaks location that a gentleman was down to a single $100 chip when the blinds were 6 and 1,200. He went all in 5 times in a row, and after that, he was sitting at 58,000.
Yeah, I saw that thread. That's incredible. 5 times in a row, back to back to back to back to back, and go from a single chip to 58K, which is a decent stack with these blind levels.
Yeah.
Richard coming out with a pair of 2s, getting the 6s to fold out, betting it out there. Floated through by John with King 9, who picks up the binked king there on the turn to take the lead in the hand. So Richard made a good bet, but didn't quite get everyone out, and John picks up the lead on the turn. And I don't know if Richard's going to be able to continue here with just bottom pair. He is cutting out some calling chips, though. No, he does let it go. So good float there by John, who is also new to the table. This table's been quite the carousel of players, Smokey.
Yeah, it seems that way. I do recognize some of them, and some of them I don't. So
we've had a lot of new faces come in from this tournament being advertised, and expectedly so. Because, like you said, this price point and this value of a tournament doesn't come around very often. So people are going to come in and check it out, and that's kind of the whole point. We enjoy putting on an event like this.
I don't want to, put bad juju out there or anything in the universe that's bad, but I want to say that it's even going to be a better value than 65 for 50. It could be 65 for 75 or 80 at the pace we're going. Let's we can talk about that. If we crush this guarantee, you may have a $65 chance at $100,000 realistically if we continue on this path. So definitely get out here, put your money in this thing, try to grab you a couple of bags and see what happens. It's a lot of fun. And it's a lot of money to be won.
Yeah, the attendance both yesterday's flight and today's flight is definitely trending past the $50,000 mark, and we're pretty excited about that. So every day it just gets a little bit closer and closer, and increasing that value for you to come try to fire a bullet into this thing.
Yeah, excited to see what the weekend brings. This is only Tuesday and Wednesday, and these guys are in here having a great time, supporting the room, firing away. It's gonna be bozo this weekend. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm hoping you're going to be around here to get in the box because
In the box. Come on.
I would
If
I
I
would
get a live stream, I'll get in the box.
I had to go make a floor call earlier, and one of the dealers was looking at me with puppy dog eyes, saying, "I need a break."
Are they locked in right now?
They've been locked in for about 5 hours now.
Good. Pat is holding up a whole lot of vouchers. What are those for?
Oh, that is our $20,000 free roll tournament that we announced a few days ago. You see
Holy
him
cow,
stacking those vouchers.
vouchers.
Yeah. These vouchers, you can build your chip stack. Oh, he was just about to show them on camera there. Long story short, we're going to have 3 qualifiers, 1 per month for the next 3 months. You can earn those vouchers to build a chip stack for the qualifier. You can earn them in the cash games and the tournaments, various ways like high hands, number of entries, rebuys, add-ons for tournaments, high hands during the cash games. And you get these vouchers, you compile them all together, play in the qualifiers. And if you get in the top 15% in just one of the 3 qualifiers, it automatically puts you into a $20,000 free roll tournament that we're having in October. So Pat and a lot of other ones are collecting these vouchers, getting ready for that first qualifier. And here's Pat again. We're going to raise this up with pocket tens, and John's going to wake up with a real hand right next to him there and going to 3-bet him immediately, Smokey.
Yeah, here's the hand. Here's the hand I talked about. It should slow down a little bit. We got real decisions to make.
Yeah, Pat's just going to flat here, which is perfectly fine with the tens. You could be behind a lot here, so that's a tough flop to continue on with pocket tens. So you might just see a check bet fold here from Pat. Yeah, John just put him all in there, so Pat's going to moan and groan a little bit, put on a little show, and I guess we're going to let this one go. And John waking up with a real hand there and hitting that flop just right. John's new to the feature table here, so I don't really know his style of play just yet or what he has shown so far. Haven't been able to watch him, so he's stacking the chips, so puts him over the 200K mark. Second only to John in seed 8. Now, John, his name is John on the stream here, but most people know him from the other streams, DJ streams, and etc. as Banks. Poker House Fort Worth has their own Banks. Have you seen? You remember seeing him around on the stream? His name Banks.
I did not remember that.
Yeah. His Jonathan Banks. His name, they call him Banks, and that's familiar to me. But that's him in the 2 seat. Real nice guy, good poker player. That's him right there in the gray hoodie, white hat. Three ways to a flop here. Ace, 6, ace, 2 diamonds on this flop. Jaden does have 3 aces in his hand, and he's going to go ahead and fire immediately just to see if there's any fish in the pond wanting to bite at all. Unfortunately, there probably won't be, and there is not. But pick up of some blinds there for Jaden.
Yeah, I thought he'd reel him in a little later in the hand. Are we seeing the everybody's chat here from Facebook and YouTube, or what are we seeing here on the right hand side?
It's been a little quiet. People mainly listening and watching on mobile. Not much action in the chat tonight, but given it being a tournament, there's been a lot of tournament plays. So there is a lot of raise, re-raise, fold. A lot of check, bet, fold. But that's how tournament poker goes. So a lot of these guys are just sitting back, probably just chilling, watching good tournament play.
Well, are we on? My question was, are we on Facebook and YouTube? Is this both chats combined here? Okay.
Yep, both chats combined. So if you are out there listening and know anybody here at this feature table that you're rooting on, or if you know you got a buddy in the field, let us know in the chat. And maybe we can get a quick update on their status. If you got a buddy out in the field, I can poke my head out there and see how they are doing, give you a little live update on any of your friends in this tournament, and hope that you come join them tomorrow for the flight C tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Richard's going to make the call here with the Jack 8 of hearts. Jaden in the small blind going to complete with 10-3 and the checked option of the big blind. Get their hand back up here. Nate Ace 5 offsuit. Jaden with a little sneaky lead here for 10. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He did check. So Nate went ahead and bet his ace, and it's going to go quick fold, and pick up there by Nate. Nate's been a pretty dangerous player. His chip stack's a little less than 100,000, but he's definitely played well so far on the stream in the last couple hours. So I'm curious to see how deep he can run in this tournament.
You got your third cash game off the ground. You now have 2 1-2s and a 1-2 no limit with bomb pot. So the cash is rocking and rolling.
Yeah, that's pretty good for a Wednesday night here in Burleson. So if you are in the area, we're going to be here a while tonight. And while that doesn't mean a brush break part of the string for the dealers, but maybe they'll complain less since it's a cash game.
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to go into the future here and let everybody know that we're down to 25 now, 15 minutes from now. So we've lost a few players. Down to 25, and we're taking 6 on. So,
yep, the top 10 are going to be into the money. $100 min payout for 7th through 10, and then the top 6 are going to bag and tag. Richard here under the gun going to call the 4,000. John waking up with pocket 9 is going to raise it to 12. Folds back around to Richard, and it looks like he lets that go. So John going to pick up that pot pre-flop. Survive another orbit with some blinds before they reach him.
I am envying seat 3 right now. I am exhausted, and that looks amazing. It looks like Premier Massage is in the house.
Yep.
He is getting worked on. I could I guess can they work on me if I'm getting the box tomorrow? Is that a thing?
I don't think I've ever seen a dealer get a massage, but whenever you have these tournaments like this and our guys are doing that good 5 hours straight, I might not yell at them. I might just turn a blind eye.
So Hugo, 0% here. Are we looking at VPIP? Is this what we're looking at?
Yeah, that's actually went to Showdown. So Hugo hasn't made it to Showdown quite yet. A lot of the pop-ups are more geared towards cash game play because these players move in and out with tournament pulling people and moving people and bouncing tables. Someone might sit down and have 100% VPIP according to the charts, but they've only been sitting there for 3 hands and happen to play all 3 hands. So it's not quite a super metric to go off of, but still good to know. John and Promo Pat both flopping top pair here, so I'm curious to see how much Pat really looks at that kicker. Even Jaden coming along with the nut flush draw. Oh, Promo Pat, good laydown. Smokey, did you see that? Laying down top pair there with that kind of action. You got a bet, a raise, call.
Yeah, a 10 there with that kicker is no good.
Yes, yeah, especially, but like I said, with a bet and a re-raise and a call. And now John's kind of thinking about the same thing here because he's the one that let out a flat by Jaden and a re-raise by Richard. Yep. So John's thinking about his top pair maybe not being too attractive anymore. You may see Jaden shove here, especially if John folds. You may see an all-in situation with the nut flush draw. I just don't. Oh, John comes along, so Jaden goes ahead and puts it in anyway, getting more equity there. And I don't blame him on that. I think it's more attractive to go ahead and put it in there 3 ways because you're drawn to the nuts.
Yeah, that's why I hate John's call. You still got the original razor to act, so now you call, you fold. So that just
I could never have the guts to call in John's position there. I don't think it's going to reopen the bet, and even if it did. Richard just called, and now John's committed to the rest.
Yep. So he gets to see it for cheap. Now he's in his head. He's praying for a jack here. I'm assuming. Possibly.
Yeah, you're showing he's only a 17%. There's a 9, so he does open up some straight draws.
That helps him.
Yeah, Richard shoves it in here in the dry side pot, and John's going to call here now that he's picked up more outs,
Yeah,
even
and
though he
he's
doesn't like it.
yeah.
So this pot got a little out of hand, but it's definitely going to be a very, very big pot, probably the biggest pot of the streamed featured tables so far.
He's actually got quite a few outs, a jack, a 10, or an 8 here, so he's not.
Yeah, he's getting it in. He's getting it in decent, decent.
Yeah.
So Jaden looking for a club, John looking for a few outs, Richard just looking to dodge everything else. And it does a useless deuce on the river. So Richard's going to win a monster pot here.
Mm.
Jaden got his hand in good there. Don't hate that at all. John was just hoping that everybody else was on draws, but Richard 7-4 in the small blind comes up roses and is now the probably the new chip leader at the table, close to it with Jonathan. So big hand here, big hand number 103 at this featured table.
Yeah, John just kind of got pulled into a point where he couldn't really justify folding. So can't hardly blame him, but those are the kind of hands that you kind of kick yourself for later in the tournament. But nothing he can really do there. Once you get called and you committed to the 35 because there's so much in the pot, and then the next bet there's so much in the pot, so you kind of played itself. I am still not seeing any chat going on here in the stream. So somebody hit me up in the chat. Let us know you can hear us. Let us know we sound good. Here's Hugo under the gun with Ace King. Obviously expecting a raise here. What is the sizing going to be? It's 4,000. So expecting around 10,000.
Yeah, Hugo's new to this featured table, so I really don't know what his typical ranges are. Looks like he makes it 4x to 16. Nothing much for anybody else to really even call with here. John's in the big blind, so he's going to go ahead and just make the call, defending his big with 9-6 of clubs. Paul to the flop, going to give him the advantage with a pair of sixes. Hugo missing with the ace king. Going to go check to a turn. 9 changes nothing for the ace king, but gives two pair to John, who's going to slow play this. I like that check, by the way. Let your opponent, let the pre-flop aggressor, try to get some rope, and he does not take it though. So now John's got to bet a little something.
Yeah, and you may get paid off if you go real small here. Ace king may look you up.
Bet about 15 to 20,000 at most. Maybe I like the 15 mark. Maybe get called by some sevens or something like that. 22 looks like 27 there, and Hugo maybe he's the type to hero with ace high.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Yeah, good fold.
Yeah. He fought the inner desire to hero there. So, but Hugo losing the absolute minimum there, behind the whole way.
Yeah, big blind calls you. That's a big blind range. Look at that board. I mean, it's good lay down. Not invested. Just good job by Hugo. Pat's got his hat around backwards, so I guess it's like he's about to flip the switch here. See what happens.
Yeah, like I said, once he built that stack up, he definitely switched gears, and we'll see how long he stays in that coasting gear. But he's creeping down a little bit there. He's 64,000 showing there in the player stacks. He definitely needs to be getting it back up to around the 120, 150 right now. The blinds are 2, 4, 4, so 8,000 coming around. So he's only got 8 orbits. I'd like to see him closer to the 20 size.
Yeah, he's the short stack at this table.
Yeah, I didn't even realize he had fallen that far behind. But like you said, that could be his rally cap. Joseph in the chat there and Facebook saying, can you rebuy in this tournament? It's a re-entry tournament. So anytime in the first 3 hours of any flight while registration is open, you can re-enter, or in any subsequent flight afterward, you can get in. Richard's going to raise this up. Yeah. but probably not going to get any takers here yet. And kind of flicks them in disgust there. You finally get aces and don't get any action. But I tell you what, sometimes I don't want action with aces. I just want to get a sure win and go home, because at the end of the day, it's just a pair for me, and it's tough to play. But yeah, it's so it's not a rebuy tournament, but it is a re-entry tournament. So you pick a flight to play in, and then if you happen to get coolered and go out within the first 3 hours, you can re-enter to the same flight, or you can head on home and come back for a flight on another day. We're going to have Flight C, the third of 8 flights, tomorrow at 6 p.m. in both of the locations, and then 2 flights on Friday and 3 flights on Saturday.
I am still here. I'm looking at Facebook, and it is looking good. I apologize. I am still here, though. Give me a second.
Yeah, we had a lot of good posts yesterday. And unfortunately, I've been stuck in the broom closet commenting on the streams. Haven't been able to take a whole lot of pictures for today, but the flight today was just as good as the one yesterday here at Poker House Fort Worth. Really bringing the value up on this $65 buy-in tournament. Not that it needed much more with a $50,000 guarantee. DJ joining us at the table, his second time here at the featured live stream table. Are you there, Smokey?
Yeah, I am here. I actually unplugged my mic, had to plug it back in there. Can you hear me?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I can hear you now. So DJ's back to the feature table. Got moved off of it earlier in the tournament. Promo Pat going to raise up the suited Jack 10.
You know what Promo Pat calls that hand? That is Promo Pat's Asian Aces. So he is not
Asian Aces.
Yeah.
That's too funny. Too good. Too good.
Let's see what he does with it. Those are his words, not mine.
He's going to get looked up here by John with the ace-4. Promo C bets immediately, and John immediately lets it go, so it picks up a little bit of chips there. But funny story about DJ. He had some of his buddies in the chat earlier when the stream at first started, and they're saying, who's the colorful guy? I can't quote it verbatim, but some chats they were talking about his dress choice. They weren't being negative, but it was just, and I said, that everybody knows that's DJ, Wednesday night DJ's game, and I said, and he did not know he was going to be on live stream. That's the way he dresses every day. And it's
is he on the table? I didn't even know.
He just got moved. I had announced it whenever I think that you were trying to replug back in your microphone, but DJ is back into the 4 seat.
Good.
From being moved off earlier from the live stream table. But it's look at his shirt. He's definitely.
Oh, that's bright.
Okay. We all love DJ. I thought he dressed for the stream, and I said, nope. It was random that he got set at the stream. That's how he normally dresses.
Yeah, okay. I guess I don't. Did he ride his skateboard to the club?
That's what it looks like there. We're going 4 ways to this flop here.
Uh-oh.
Blackout camera there. It's all right.
Uh-oh. Hugo flopping the straight here, and John's got a top pair.
Yeah, that's could see some fireworks here on this flop. Yeah, it looks like John's going to be the one betting this out with his top pair king kicker, Jarrell. Open-ended, but goes ahead and lets it go. Richard, not much going on.
People just rips here because the flush draw. No, he's just going to call.
He's going to slow play it. Yeah,
he's only got 50 left here, so
yeah, he's going to have a pot size all in here shortly. Yeah. I'd be just saying, make sure no more spades peel out here on this turn. And good safe card for his flop straight. See if he checks the action. Oh no, he's on the button there. So John's first to go, and he's going to continue to bet again. Looks like another 12,000 here. So this may be the time for Hugo.
Going to win the Oscar award after this hand. He's playing it.
Yeah. Yep. And he got it. I don't think he was much question about it. John's not going to be able to fold with his chip stack and what Hugo had left over. So this hand's going to be over. We'll have a formality on the river, and that's about it.
Yeah, well played. Well played. John really needed that 3 to be a spade. That would have given him at least a chance, but he's drawn dead at this point.
And Paul puts out the river, and Hugo picks up a pretty good pot there, giving him some much-needed chips. And it's actually going to bring him back above John. So a couple big pot losses there for John, and creeped it back down. He was the chip leader at the table for a long time today.
And I apologize for asking these questions, but what are we seeing here? 103 hands, 106 hands. Is that the number of hands they've seen while on this stream tonight?
Yeah, the hand. We're on hand 108 of the tournament.
Okay.
And these are the player stacks that's showing there. Now, I have been prefacing this during the stream that Lorenzo, our stream operator, has been doing a fantastic job. But with so many players coming in and out, the chips may not be purely exact, but they're going to be pretty darn close. So it's still good to kind of go off of. But if you have two stacks that are super close to each other and we get an all-in situation, it's best to let Paul, the dealer, figure it out for us without announcing it too heavily that a person is eliminated. Promo Pat laying down King Jack in the low jack there.
I'm looking to see. I'm going to jump 15 minutes ahead just because I'm curious as to what it's looking like.
Like I said, we're looking for 10. 10 players are going to get a min cash, and then 6 of them are going to be bagging and tagging.
They're pretty sticky tonight. We're still at 22, but it's still fairly early. It's 10:40. How late did you guys play last night? You had two more entries last night, so I would expect the time frame to be somewhat similar.
It was right about midnight.
Okay. So we've got another hour or so left here. We got a 4-way flop here. DJ actually flops top pair, and he checks it, and it looks like it's going to get through again.
Yeah.
Now he's flopped 3 of a kind. He's turned 3 of a kind.
Yeah, and John was the pre-flop aggressor, but chose not to c-bet on that flop there. And DJ is not going to get. Oh no! Looks like John was about to bet 30.
Yeah, DJ checked, raised him for his stack here, and John might Hollywood, but we know he's not going to.
Yeah, he's not going to call, but he just got to give the obligatory how much is it, sit here and ho and hum. That way you don't feel like making it too obvious that you were bluffing there.
Of course. We all know the procedure.
Yep.
Should I call? I've got an 8. Not bad kicker. We got pocket jacks here. Did you really get lucky on me? Yeah, all right. I'll get the next one. Sometimes you take a stab, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Well, he had the chips to spare. I don't know that 30K was the mark. I think he could have got the same answer with about even 15 or 20. I'm not real sure that needed to go that big on a stab, but it's still an effort, and that's what matters in tournament play. You got to pick your spots and pick up some of those pots.
Absolutely. And you can make a few wrong decisions in the tournament. You just when it's cheap enough, it doesn't hurt you so bad. 30,000.
Yeah, the blinds just went up to 2,500, 5,000, 5,000. So 10,000 or 12,500 in orbit here. So some of these guys are going to need to start making some moves. These blinds are not going to get any cheaper. Richard going to raise it up to 15 with pocket sevens. DJ waking up in the small blind with ace, king. Two pretty equal stacks.
I got a feeling DJ. No, okay. Sometimes he just shows them in the middle.
Yeah. I think he's a little too deep. Yeah, it looks like he just called. I don't mind. I don't hate it. He just got those chips, and see what develops. All hearts on this flop. So DJ having the ace of hearts, going to try to get to that ace of hearts cheaply, possibly. Richard going to fire out a small, looks like almost a min bet of 5,000. Now he bet 10, yeah, and so swing and a miss there for DJ, and they're going to get to a showdown cheaply. Richard just wanted to show down the sevens, and DJ paid the minimum to try to play out that hand, and did good. So
Yeah,
Richard picks up some much needed chips.
Well, Richard's got 300 and something thousand now, up 315. So he's healthy. He's living high on the hog.
Yeah,
I know they're super deep. DJ just put his headset back like he had that demeanor. I thought he was going to ship all of them in. I think he was just asking what the bet was, but
oh yeah, he's I've seen him make the squeeze play quite a bit. He's known to do it. But like I said, he just got those chips, and in tournament play, you got to be able to switch gears, and he does that well. He didn't have a good flight A. DJ didn't. He took a beating on a few bullets yesterday, so I think he came in on a mission today to get that bag. And so far, so good.
Blind's now 2,500, 5,000 with a $5,000 big blind ante. So starting to eat into their stacks a little more here.
Not much going around. John's going to call in the +1 position with 7-6 offsuit. Nate is going to put in a pretty hefty raise here with King Jack, and Nate raised to 12-5, and Richard looks like he 3-bet with pocket kings to 50. So he's not going to get any callers here, but tough spot for Nate there to try to raise it up. And now no Hollywood out of John. He's already folded. Don't mind the graphic there. And Nate calls. So we got a 100K pot right here, right off the rip. King Jack versus pocket kings. That Jack is going to double itself. This is going to be a mountain shifter. Nate's only got 25K left. So
yeah, he put 3/4 of his stack in before the flop.
Yeah, with King Jack. Woof. So it wouldn't have turned out any differently if he had shipped it
one card
pre-flop.
left in the deck, right? Unless we go runner chop here, but a king would be pretty dirty. But that's the only thing where.
Yeah, the king is the only thing that can change anything at this point. He's got
I guess technically queen could be a runner, right? Runner straight.
Yeah, queen or a king. Yeah. So either way, dead on the river. Yeah. So real good luck there for Nate, and sometimes you need it, and that's going to bring him off life support, pretty decent stack back up to 155,000. But yeah, he definitely did put in a lot of his stack with the King Jack pre, but it wouldn't have mattered if he just shipped it. Richard was never going to fold the pocket kings there, so it all ended up the same. So it looks like a quick dealer change here to Matt.
Sometimes that's the hand that you need to propel you into the bag, and you look back at the end of the day, and that can be a changing point for you for both players. Realistically, and they put who was in the hand with him? That
was Richard, and Richard still got the chip lead at the table, so he was able to withstand the cooler. But like you said, sometimes it just gives you a mental reset either way on whichever side you are of it, and slow things down and or speed things up. So Promo Pat's going to be in the big blind on this hand here, so he needs to pick up a decent one. He's the short stack at the table. Hugo, who's been, like I said, kind of quiet, picks up a real hand. Looks like he's just going to do a min raise here to 20. And DJ picking up a real hand, suited blackjack, ace 10 of spades. Nate calling 20, and with ace queen, so some good hands.
Yeah, a lot of chips in this pot.
Yeah. And pretty blank flop as expected with this many premium hands out in the field. So the prize will go to the aggressor on this one probably.
Yeah, who's going to tell the best story? I'm surprised it went all the way through after the flop.
Yeah, any kind of betting by Nate would be tough, being on the button just because it looks so suspicious.
Yeah.
I think all these players would like to get to a showdown with ace high, and that's what they do. And the ace queen is going to be best. So.
Wow.
Yeah, that's.
I know Hugo's kicking himself for not c-betting the flop, but he didn't. Yeah. He didn't do that earlier with the ace king, and he was right this time. I think a c-bet
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think he's in that position now. Especially if you're going to min click it,
Yeah.
you can represent pretty much any pocket pair at that point. And the flop of 9 deuce deuce is pretty much going to miss the rest of the world. Anybody that calls pre-flop, even a min click. So Nate on a little bit of a roll. Oh, back to back heater there, good chip up. And hand number 112 of this Flight B tournament, the $50,000 guaranteed Summer Jam. $65 entry, $20,000 starting stack. $10 gets you an extra $10,000 for a $30,000 starting stack into a $50,000 guarantee. An absolute fantastic value tournament with 6 flights left. Plenty of time left for you to get in on. And while Matt's shuffling up here, I'll show you the rest of those flights on the screen if you are watching. Tomorrow night, Thursday, Flight C at 6 p.m. at both locations. Again, all of these flights are at both locations, Poker House Peaks and Poker House Fort Worth. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then we run into the weekend, Friday at noon, and then at 6 p.m. So then Saturday, the 3 available flights, 12 p.m., 6 p.m., and then the Turbo at 10 p.m. The Turbo, same structure, same chip stack, just half the limits on time, 10-minute flights. And so plenty of opportunity left to get into this fantastic tournament, which is on pace to be more than the $58,000 guarantee. But even if it just hits the guarantee right around there, that's a great value still, Smokey.
Yeah, I wouldn't complain if you don't put me in the box and I shoot a bullet tomorrow. We got a little bit of a hand here. Gerald is going to, under the gun, raise with king, queen, flat, Nate flats, and now Richard, is he 3? I'm sure he's 3-betting here. Yeah, it looks like about 50,000. 70,000. Okay. Tough spot for either player, Gerald or Nate. I don't think Gerald's going to defend with the king queen here, and then I expect both players to go away. Yep. On to the next hand. Good bet. Pretty standard. I like the LED light you got flashing around. I hope that none of our viewers have epilepsy, but it looks good.
Yeah, it's not too bad on the stream. I think it's fine. No. The players don't seem to mind it sitting at the table. It's got a good covering on it, so it's not too piercing when you're sitting at the table. But follows the action around and is pretty cool.
Yeah,
you're here with the RF poker table.
Absolutely.
Now we've really got the cameras focused nice and well. The cryon at the bottom looking really good. I don't know if you've seen the 50K, guaranteed Summer Jam logo and things at the bottom. Like I said, we're working on a lot of stuff here, just tweaking some things, getting some stuff in, and this live stream is going to be really popping soon. And I'm super excited about it.
Well, we lost 5 players since the last time I've looked, so something happened out there. We were down to 17 players now, so it's 5 players in the last 10 minutes. So we may not make it to midnight at this pace.
Yeah, it slows down as you get close to that money bubble. It's only $100 min cash, but that's enough for another bullet tomorrow and a little Taco Bell. So
I'll pass on the Taco Bell. You can have that. Fire the other bullet, but
Nate here flopping second pair, not much else for anyone else. He's going to bet it out here, and Jarrell is counting out money for the masseuse there and probably folding. There you go. So Nate picks up a few more chips to add to those newfound chips.
So it's a good point you made. I wonder how many people actually played on the stream tonight that didn't expect to play on the stream, right? People come to poker rooms comfortable, and now you get put on the stream, you get put on the spot, you're in your PJs, you're in your, it's like, oh no.
Everybody's really enjoyed it. I'm glad we did it. And with personnel, I'd like to keep it up for the rest of the week. So if you do come and fire a bullet on the Burleson side of this tournament, be prepared. You could be on stream for the world to see.
There you go.
Promo Pat. Yep. Promo Pat found a hand.
Project Pat. I don't know if you know who Project Pat is, but I just keep seeing Promo Pat and think Project Pat. But he's going to rip it in here. He's going to take a stand with Ace Jack out of the hijack.
And it seems like a lot, but I prefer that it's a lot because you let yourself bleed down too far, you start losing out fold equities, and you start getting called by any 2 cards, and then you're getting in trouble. But Jarrell's going to wake up with 1 here.
Oh, bad time.
That's tough, and we'll have to get an exact chip count, but they're super close, so one of them could have chips left on the other. So
yeah, well, once you get called out of the blinds, that's not good.
No. So Ace King versus Ace Jack. Promo Pat here looking for a jack or lots of black cards, spades, and clubs. We'll have to get an official countdown on the chips because they were close enough for the graphic. Oh, we already got a board out here, so no help. Promo Pat's going to catch that jack. Wow. Yeah. So fantastic there for him. Tough beat for Jarrell.
Our chip counts are going to be off here. Maybe they can get it fixed, but they have DJ actually winning the hand. He wasn't in the hand, so just a little
yeah.
Get that
Matt
fixed.
Went a little fast there, but he'll get it all corrected there. And Matt does the countdown, and Jarrell did have less chips than Promo Pat. So patience pays off for Promo Pat, even though he got it in a rough spot. It did end up getting the lucky jack there on that flop.
Jarrell actually flopped the royal draw.
Wow, I see that now. Yeah, so that was a
unbelievable hand.
Yeah.
Hey, it pays to be a poker house guy, man. Pat's a poker house guy. I don't know what else to say. Unbelievable. That's another hand that, that can propel you into the money if you're Pat. Hopefully send you in the right direction for the rest of the tournament. Get a little, I think they're fixing the hand right now is what they're doing. Yep, looks like they got everything fixed, and we're on to the next hand. Richard waking up with kings under the gun here. 3Xing it to 15K. DJ, at least with an ace, is gonna come along out of the small blind, and Nate with some suited off gappers here, probably gonna play. It's cheap enough. Yep, gonna play.
Yeah, and those are the kind of hands that break these big pocket kings, big hands like that. Those little suited gappers, but not this go around. No, 3 deuce jack. So Richard here gonna probably go ahead and end the hand now, unless DJ or Nate try to get.
There's no getting cute.
Dreamy, but no, not with 172. I didn't know he'd bet that much.
Yeah.
So Richard, but he going to lose with kings that time.
No, he said I done seen that way that works. Let's just get it in here, but definitely not a scary board for his hand. If somebody flops a set, they flop a set, but he is building that stack nicely. 343K. He's in a good spot. What were the bags last night, Reese? What was the top bag?
I can pull that up. If you have the Facebook still open, it's on the one of the posts there for Fort Worth.
Let me tell you. Oh, I remember that. I can tell you then. So I'm gonna butcher it, but I won't even say his last name. I'm just gonna say Mark T had 1,061,000. That is a monster stack because second place only had 515,000.
Yeah, we had a huge all-in situation. Wow. Multiple players that he scooped up a huge pot. DJ going to raise it up on the button here and take down the blinds there. Yeah, there was definitely a pretty good spread in the bags. So pretty much anywhere you get right now.
This is just Poker House Fort Worth. So let me go to.
No. I combined them all. I combined them all in one. There's 13 stacks there.
So what location did Mark come out of?
That was Fort Worth. Like I said, he was here. The 500 was the big stack from Peaks yesterday.
Wow, that is massive. And just think, I don't know if he's in your tournament today, if you've seen him, but he has an opportunity to add to that. As I said previously, we are allowing your best 2 bags to move forward. So
Yeah, he was one of the. I'm pretty sure he did play today. Promo pack going to raise it up here with the pocket fives. Going to go ahead and take it down. Small blind, big blind battle. Richard limped in trying to see a flop, and promo Pat says, "Nope, I'm just going to end this now." And so picks up a free small blind to cover him for this orbit. Yeah,
did he put his own name in as promo Pat, or did we do that?
Yeah, that's what he always puts when he's on stream.
Okay. I know that's his nickname. I just wondered if we did that or he did that. But
no, he goes by that full time now here at Poker House Fort Worth.
All right, Pat. I'm going to call him Project Pat. You don't know who Project Pat is, do you?
No. Okay. So I'll let you call him that in case it's something he doesn't want to be.
No, it's I want to say 90s rapper. I think it was high school, and I was listening to Project Pat.
Project Pat. That's funny. Yeah, no. Yeah, he let me know day one. Yeah, I'm promo Pat. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You got it.
He does win a lot of our promos. We've got some amazing promos both of these Poker House locations in the DFW market. I know, here we've got the Fortune has been going for months and months and months. He's won that several times. We have a nearly $50,000 bad beat. I expect that in the coming weeks to be 50,000 plus. He hasn't hit that one yet, obviously, but he wins a lot of promos because he spends a lot of time playing poker. As you can probably tell, he's a skilled player and he's a great guy. Having him as a customer.
He won one of the drawings down in Austin.
I said he's a Poker House guy, man. He literally will drive to Poker House Austin and play in the promos down there. So I think the name is fitting, and he's a good guy.
I think the $5,000 drawing was still available, and he won the 500. But he was
really? He was there for that, and
he won the 500.
And there was 2 envelopes left, or there was.
I don't think there was 2. There was a few left, but the 5,000 was still active. And but yeah, he won the 500. Nate's going to raise this up in the hijack with King Queen, getting called by John King 10 in tough shape. Ace 9-4. See if Nate continues the aggression here, which he does, and John, I'm probably going to have to let this one go, but this is going to dip him down below the 100K mark, so he's going to need to make a move. The blinds have gone up again to 3, 6, and 6, so 3,000 small, 3,000 big with a 6,000 ante. So you're looking at 15,000 per orbit. So you need to be 150 plus right now in this tournament if you're trying to make the final 10 players.
Well, I'm going to take a look here at Peaks and see what their cash game situation looks like for anybody in Dallas looking. They're still tournament heavy. They still have a couple tournament tables, and they have their 1-1-2 no limit hold'em with the DC. They actually have some nice promos too. They got a wheel spin and all kinds of stuff going on over there as well.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. If you're on the Dallas side of the Metroplex, or if you're on the Fort Worth side of the Metroplex, either one of the poker houses have some great promotions going on, and some stuff coming up in July, just as soon as next week. So we're going to definitely have a lot of stuff to provide all players on either side of the Metroplex, wherever you want to play.
I might be biased, but if you're not playing at Poker House, you're not doing it right. I'll just say that.
Well, when poker is poker and it's all about the same price, you might as well go to the place that has the best promotions and the best comps for your time. Matt here getting the graphics straight as we have a new player. It shows Kane in seat 9, Charlie in seat 8. If this is the same Kane, he was at the live stream table earlier as well, so good to see that he is still alive in the field. But I don't know if it is. We do have some hands. Promo Pat's going to call him with this Jack 7. A little out of position, but maybe he just likes the hand cheap since there hasn't been a raise yet. Richard limped in for 6. and then 10-7 to come along. So we're going to have an open ender right off the rip here for DJ. And promo Pat with a gutter as well. The queen brings in some additional outs with top pair for Richard. We'll see him bet this out. Promo lets it go. I don't know if you see DJ coming along here. That queen makes the straight draw difficult.
Whoa, there we go.
Flying queen. So DJ went for the open ender. Not going to be able to make a call here. Richard shows the ace queen. So that's going to dip DJ down into dangerous territory. He's going to need to pick up a pot here pretty quickly as well. Things are starting to get fast and furious with these blinds, as is per usual for tournament play.
Is there any relation to the player in seat 9?
No. If it's the same Kane that was on the stream earlier, he's about half my size.
Well, let me watch a few hands, and I'll let you know if he's half the player or twice the player.
Richard under the gun with the ace-5 suited, the new age ace-king. Looks like he's going to try to limp in and see a cheap flop here. Promo Pat lays it down. Yeah, that is the same Kane. So good to see that he's still in the tournament.
I don't know who's running Action Tracker, but boy, their fingers have got to be going. They're doing
Matt's not doing him any favors. He's definitely playing a tournament here.
Ace 10 looks like the best hand pre-flop. I don't think
I've had 3.
Still the best. Yep.
Spoils to the aggressor on this one. Richard under the gun, going to take a stab at this one here. After the DJ and Nate check, John B. not going to be able to come along. Or no, John B. comes along, and everybody else is going to fold. So John B. going to float here. A good turn card for him, picking up the nut flush draw. So now he's definitely not going to win. Richard did check. I would like to see a bet out of John there, I'll be honest. But he does get home anyway. Nut flush for John. So let's see how much he can extract here. Richard led into him for 10,000. John's going to raise him up for sure. Looks like about 60, 40. So yeah, he tried to squeeze a little bit out of him. Just kind of a sus re-raise there. But does pick up a much needed pot for him as well, putting him at about 130 in chips.
Yeah, Richard's playing ABC. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he knows when he's raised, he's beat there. There's flush gets there, straight gets there. Even he could have even been out flopped by ace 3 there. So yeah. Richard not trying to get cute. He's just hoping to lean on people here and there with the stack size, and he's doing a good job.
That's exactly what he's supposed to be doing there with that chip stack, and trying to get some people back. Kane in the 9 seat looks like he's the super short stack with 36,000 of the chips have been updated there. Charlie there in the 8 seat. He played really good poker yesterday. Got pretty unlucky from if I remember correctly.
Kane's not waiting around. He's going to rip it in his first hit, the hand that he was actually, I think, dealt in, maybe in his second. But
yeah, saw an ace and probably went with it.
Yeah, got to.
And see if he has any callers here. He's still got some fold equity. You know, the big blind 6,000, so that's still 6x. It's not a lot for some of the bigger stacks, but it's still got some fold equity there. But he's going to be looked up by Jackson, who's another new player here to the table. King Jack, he's got the spare change, a little over 200K to call that with. So, but he is going to be behind. So Kane did get it in best here. Ace Deuce versus King Jack. Deuce 6-4. So Kane does flop best. Looking to dodge a king or a jack on the river, and does. So a good double up there by Kane. So that'll get him some much needed chips to survive maybe in orbit.
Well, he's up to 88. So with a blind 6, he's got 15 bigs there. So he's still got to find a hand and make some moves. You don't have all night.
Sorry about that. I had to make a quick floor call there. But
that was a quick call. What did you?
It was more of a clarification.
Okay. Pretty fast. You are in that little red, behind that red door, ladies and gentlemen, is where Reese sits. He is.
Actually, no.
Oh, you're in the office.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm going to be behind that door. That is where Lorenzo is. The tracker is behind that red door, and we're gonna do some rearranging in there,
he's
and
on
I will
promo
be in there.
pack, and I don't think this. Well, let's see. He's got so many chips. It probably does get Jackson to let the ace jack go, but promo
Yeah,
pack taking the time to take a stand here with just a queen jack. I wonder what he calls this hand.
does he feel like he's just gonna get him to lay it down? I can't feel that he's best, but I think he just wants to do a little squeeze here and make an extra, 15-20% on his chips.
Oh, it's a great squeeze play. I mean, you get a bet, and that's the definition of a squeeze play: a bet, a call, and you're going to rip it in behind them. This is Dan Harrington's. He's famous for this move. I think he invented this move. You remember Dan?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He wrote about
just put ultimate pressure on him, and like I said, but he does pick up about 15% to his stack there.
Go Nate, warm up the window is what Daryl Gresham says.
I don't know what the warm up the window means, but go Nate is good.
Yeah, I didn't want to sound stupid and say I didn't know what
you did either, but Nate's got a playable chip stack here, so he's won a few good sized pots. Played some good poker so far on the live stream, so we'll definitely see what he can do. Like I said, Kane, Charlie, Jackson, all new players to this feature table. We haven't really got to watch play much, but Jackson brought some chips with him. He's got about $250,000 almost.
Give me like 2 seconds, Reese. Be right back.
Okay. And this one's going to fold around to Charlie. So our first walk of the last couple hours. Start to see those later on in tournament poker as players are not wanting to get too much involved with bad hands as we get closer and closer to the money bubbles, advanced bubbles, things like that. Again, for those just tuning in, this is the Flight B of the $65 entry, $50,000 guarantee Summer Jam. So that's right, a $65 entry tournament for a $50,000 guarantee. This is the second flight of 8, Flight B. So you have not missed your chance. We're gonna have flights every day this week, all the way up through Saturday. 2 flights on Friday and 3 flights on Saturday. There you go, Daryl. Thanks for the explanation. Sending them to the cage. And that's what they're all trying.
I was going to ask for an explanation. Yeah.
I like it. Hugo under the gun going to limp in here with King and Jack trying to get to a flop. Nate with the Ace-10 offsuit going to come in as well. And Richard folds, and there's the little squeeze there by a promo with Ace-10. That might not be enough. 30,000, maybe it could. It's either going to get all in or a fold from Hugo. Hugo's played pretty snug, so it may work on Hugo. But he did put in 30. He put in a good 30% of his stack. And he's going to go ahead and let that go. Nate does have the change to give him flat here. So these two guys are going to go to a flop with the same hand. So let's see who plays the aggressor. See if Promo can keep the pedal to the metal here after the flop.
This is a big hand for either player. A lot of chips in the middle.
Yeah. Nate does check it to Pat, and Pat is going to go ahead and keep up the aggression, and it's going to work.
Yeah, I think he ripped it.
Yeah, he didn't even get the chips out there, no matter how much he was going to bet.
Yeah, that was a very important hand. Now he's at 249K. So,
yeah. And just to let quite a few people watching here, we do have our microphones on the table, and we've got them nice and tuned, and everything is really great. However, we have now learned that the battery does not last more than about 6 hours, and we've been live for 5. So they just died not too long ago. So apologize for not having any table audio. You just have to rely on Smokey and I to carry you through. But I am excited to stream with the table sound and listen to the banter. But I noticed, Smokey, that in the tournaments that we've done, the Road to Vegas on Saturday and the flight today, table talk's not too much, not too terrible. I mean, they don't talk like they do in those cash games when you're playing for a $50,000 prize pool. Things get a little more serious.
Yeah, absolutely. Daryl Gresham just asked how many bagged tonight. Daryl, I think Reese said that number was 10. We are still. Go ahead.
It's 10. There's 10 spots to 12%, but
Okay.
only 8% are going to bag. So we've got 4 people that are going to min cash for 100, and 6 people are going to bag and tag to Dallas, and that's on the Fort Worth side. On the Dallas side, Poker House Peaks, they're bagging 5 players with 3 players getting the min cash. So there's going to be 5 bags in Dallas and 6 bags here in Fort Worth.
What I'm hoping we can do, if the staff, would allow, I don't want to make any promises, but it would be really cool if we could pull off what we've been working towards and have both streams going at once, and in tournament, because it's going so quick, kind of switch back and forth on the big hands. That would be pretty cool. So we actually had this hand actually, sorry to interrupt you there, but ended up being a $90,000 pot.
Big pickup for Charlie too.
Both of them turning the top pair, and
Hugo, it looks like he had a gut shot there to go with his.
Yeah, I think a heart draw, maybe, was that right?
Yeah, he definitely had some outs there going to the river, enough to call a small bet, and that's going to build stack back up, and it's going to put Hugo. Hugo's in the small blind right now, so he can see some cards as the button passes him and on around, but he's going to have to pick a spot here pretty quickly.
$3,000, $6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante. We are almost 5 hours into the stream, which isn't bad. You come play in a 50K tournament on a weeknight. I mean, what a great tournament, great structure. Everybody's got a lot of chips, a lot of play, and you're still out the door around midnight. You're not here till 3 or 4 a.m. I mean, just perfect. We got a little hand. DJ, there he is, taking his headphones off.
Yeah, Jackson's going to raise it up to queen jack suited. DJ comes along to try to search for 4. Real quickly, while the hand progresses, as people think to call, Daryl, it's not going to be this table. There are still about 20 players left total. And so this is just the feature table. So this is not the final table just yet. This is just a feature table of the tournament. It's going to fold all the way back around to Jackson there. So we're going to have a flop.
Pretty safe flop for pocket 4s here, and no continuation bet.
Yeah.
No,
so on the turn there, and now he does. So DJ here going to look him up.
Yep, of course.
So and 4s there still looks great, and that's a great card for DJ. I think DJ calls any bet here by Jackson. Jackson better be careful.
Yeah, this is going to get called.
Yeah, that's a lot, but a great call by DJ there. You got to know that your 4s, if you think your 4s are good on that turn, they're still going to be good on that river, especially from a guy that raised it pre-flop. So huge pot there for DJ, and great read on the hand.
Yeah, I'm surprised Jackson fired the river after he got called. Maybe he just kept trying to continue the story, but pretty standard there. Pretty standard. These guys, not a lot of people getting out of line. We've been seeing a lot of ABC poker and not a lot of big hands yet on the stream. We've had a couple, but
these guys, it's a
I don't want
$50,000 guarantee.
Yeah, I don't want our viewers to fall asleep. We need some aces over kings or something. Not to jinx anybody, but I mean, come on.
Yeah, these guys are only firing $65 and $75 bullets if you buy the $10 bonus chips, and but they're playing for a huge prize pool. So I don't blame them for sticking to ABC a little bit there.
Oh, absolutely.
I think even as nitty as I am, I would be just as bad, if not worse.
Yep. Nope. Everybody's just playing good poker. I just want to see some big train wrecks. That's why everybody, let's be honest, that's why everybody tunes in. And I'm still trying to figure out what DJ's shirt says, by the way. Does it say Dare? You remember Dare when we were in the
I thought it was Dare, but he leaned back in the beginning of the stream and it says Rare, which is definitely more accurate for him. So there it is right there. It's rare. And, yep, that's it said rare. He's going to raise up this suited ace deuce here under the gun.
Looks like he raised it to 12K. We're a little bit behind here in the graphics, and small and big blind going to come along.
Yeah, fold it around to as we catch up here. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop on this min click here. We'll see what the small and big are defending here. 9-8 and 8-7. So pretty similar cards for the small and big. And it's going to be some gutters. No hearts there for DJ, but we'll see if he continues the aggression here. John actually is open-ended. Jackson with the gutter. DJ, let's see if DJ makes a C-bet here. Nope, he's going to check his option here. Another jack on the turn improves no one. Now you might see a bet out of DJ. And you do, 20. The fifth of John stack. What do you think, Smokey? You think you're calling this here after it's checked through the flop?
Sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now I can.
Reese?
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry.
Hear me? Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to call that, but he did end up folding, so DJ did pick that hand up.
I was playing around on YouTube trying to see how many viewers we have, and it looked like I lost it now, but we have 32 watching and 7 on Facebook, so great turnout. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I want to reward these guys for sticking around this long. Let's give away a hoodie. What do you want to do? What hand are we on? we have so many hoodies there. I want to give one away.
Okay, well, we're on hand number 130, and
let's do 135. You want to? That's hand 130. It's going so fast. Let's do 140. Hand 140. Give everybody time to put their guess in. What will the pot size be on hand 140? The closest answer without going over will win a free hoodie of your choice from Poker House Fort Worth. You just got to come pick it up. Or we'll give it from either location, here or Pete.
Okay, so Price is Right style. Price is Right style.
Price is Right style.
So get into your amount. So you got 10 hands to make a decision. Closest to the pot size on the completion of the hand. So if it doesn't go to the river, it still counts, right? It's just whatever the pot is awarded.
Correct. And I don't know, Reese, that our chats are updated. I'm watching now. I'm watching the YouTube chat, and let me go back over here because I don't think that they were warm, and they were not. So I will watch the YouTube one. We've got Reese Richardson guessing 75,000. I've Not So Bland Life 90,000. Ivan Chavez wants a hoodie, but he hasn't put a guess in yet. So Ivan, you got to tell me what the pot size is going to be. 130K is Bryce Murphy. So we've got a lot of people guessing here. So our YouTube is blowing up here. 50,000, 89,000. They're going crazy. So we appreciate you guys being interactive with us, staying on here, watching the stream. Let's give something away. Good luck, guys.
And let me pull up the YouTube chat as well.
Yeah, I apologize for some of these some of the comments we may have been missing on YouTube. We thought it was transferring over. Apparently it wasn't, but we're watching now. So if you guys want to ask a question or you got anything for us, we're here.
Okay, now I have the chat pulled up here.
Daryl 250, Paul 188. Reese asked if headphones were allowed on the stream. Yes, headphones are allowed on the stream. The only thing that we don't allow on the stream are cell phones. And in tournament, is that still a thing, Reese?
As long as the phone itself is way away from the table, and we don't have a 10-minute delay, like I said, because we allow earbuds, headphones, that sort of thing, because some people still want to listen to music, and as long as it stretches to where the cell phones are kept,
all right, Nate,
I don't really hate it so much.
Nate's ripping it with 9s against a pre-flop razor and a call at the 16.
I have missed so much chat from the restream not showing all the YouTube. It showed a few. I thought it was working, but apparently it was not. So if you've asked any questions on YouTube, I apologize. And I've missed a ton of comments on the YouTube side of things. So I've
That's
got
all
the
right.
Facebook side of things. But so if you've asked any questions and you didn't get them answered, feel free to ask them again. We got a lot of bets, so get them in. It's hand number 132. You've got 8 hands to go. Price is right style, so don't go over.
Yeah, I'm going back through some of them. The Jolly Llama said they haven't seen a live buy-in under $100 since 2018, especially for a 50K guarantee. So
That's
I
fantastic.
think that means that they appreciate it, and yeah, I'm excited for it. You know, we hadn't seen anything either, honestly, Jolly Llama, and so we said let's try it, and it's been a success. And so, you know, when players show up to support something like this, maybe, you know, not promising anything, but maybe we run it back in the near future. You know, if players are telling us what they want, we're going to listen, and so we'll see how it turns out.
Richard here picking up the best of this one on the river with a pair of 8s. So Charlie's going to link him up with ace high, only 10,000 there. So Charlie just keeping Richard honest there. Richard picks up a small pot.
I was watching the chat on my YouTube, and I'm like, wait, what? I don't see that yet. And I was like, oh, I've got the YouTube up, so I've got to put it in a window pane. I guess that's what you're doing, so to see them.
Yep. Smokey, I need to go take a floor call real quick. So
Okay.
flat solo.
All right, sounds good. Looks like we're a little behind here on the graphics. There we go. I'll get them out of the way for you. Let's hope Reese makes it back before we get to hand. Oh, there it is. I am a little bit new. I don't commentate a whole lot, just trying to help out. But I see it now. We're on one hand, 133. You got a few more hands left to get your guess in. We're giving away a hoodie. White, red, black, zip up, pull over. I don't care. Fort Worth, Peaks, doesn't matter to me. You just tell me where you want it and show up and pick it up, and it's yours. So, again, if you're just tuning in, give me your best estimate at hand 140, we said, and you will win the hoodie. Cannot go over. Promo Pat looking to get sneaky here with a 4-7 of diamonds. Going to come along. Not the flop Pat was looking for. A good C bet by John, and we're on to the next hand here. All right, the guesses keep pouring in. We got Bryson cheering for Jackson here. DJ's wife, I'm not sure who that could be, but she's going to guess 64K. Daryl, we'd love to have you. I see that you said we're going to crush it and you hope to play on the weekend. We'd love to have you, sir. Looking forward to it. I'll be there. Reese will be there. The whole gang is there helping out. So, we got a little friendly trash talk. Bryson is saying that DJ is not winning. Well, nobody's winning tonight. You can bag and then you can go on to day 2, but technically nobody's going to win it tonight. So I think you just got to make it to the bag and hope for the best on day 2. Come back, grab you another bag. That's the key in this thing. You got to grab 2 good bags. You don't have to, but grabbing two big bags would help on to day 2, see what happens. We are all cheering for Jackson. All right, let's go, Jackson. 99.5K. He's going to have to make some moves shortly. Let's see what happens here. I need my boy. That's my boyfriend. All right, we got a lot of fans. Good. DJ picks up a hand out of the hijack. Promo Pat looking down at 2 ladies here out of the big blind. I believe he said he's all in. No, he may have said raise. 75, 77, looks like 77,000, 87,000. Everybody else gets out of the way. We got DJ and Nate, who flatted DJ's original bet. I don't think DJ can come along here, but we'll see what happens. And Nate in no position to call that big of a bet. Pat's going to take this one down. And really a good pot to go uncontested. Add chips to your stack. You had a raise and a call behind, and everybody folds. You're okay with that outcome at this point in the tournament. And my commentary is going to be a little bit off there. Again, I was looking at the wrong screen. So here's Hugo under the gun with King Jack. He's short stacked, so he's going to get it all in here and hope for the best. Promo Pat picking up a real hand, Ace Queen. He's probably going to put in a raise here. Just rip it in, protect it. Doesn't want anybody else to come in behind him. Yep, all in. It's not going to let somebody in cheap out of the blinds. Nobody else has anything, so we're going to go heads up here. Ace Queen versus King Jack. Hugo's still alive, but not in the greatest of shape. So let's see what happens. They're fixing the graphics. Something happened, but here we go. Ace Queen versus King Jack for Hugo's tournament life. I know he's got a lot of fans out there, so good luck, Hugo. And monster flop for Pat. I don't think Hugo's going to get there unless he has a miracle. That's not going to do it. And unfortunately for Hugo, his tournament life has come to an end. Fortunately for Hugo, there are still plenty of more flights to give this thing a whirl. I expect to see him back. He's a great player. Great job, Hugo. Thank you for coming out tonight, sir. We look forward to seeing you in another flight. So Pat adds to his stack. He was short stacked. He sat around for a while. He's picked up some premium hands, and just like that, looks like, let's see where he jumps up. Yeah, now he's second in chips with 300 and almost 20,000. Blinds at 4, 8, and 8. I'm going to peek into the future here because I am curious how late we're going to be up tonight and see how many players are left in the room. Of course, this is 15 minutes into the future. Remember that. $16, so it slowed down. We lost 5 in 5 minutes, and we've lost 1 in the last 30. 4,000, 8,000, and an 8,000 big blind ante. Hand 136. If you don't have your guess in for the hoodie, get it in now. We've got a few more hands. We're looking for hand 140. Closest without going over. Brendan, I just seen your comment here. They can't hear anything that we're saying, obviously, but we can. I can have Reese peek his head out, and I will give them the shout out. So, Jackson, what are we looking for? Can they hear anything, or is there any way I can tell Jackson chat is cheering for him? So we will tell Jackson that Brendan Dickinson is chatting for them as soon as Reese gets back. I am actually not even there. I am 100 miles away. Remote. I will be there tomorrow, but we will get that done for you as soon as Reese gets back. Had a raise 3x. I'm sorry, a little over a min click here from Jackson. And now Kane out of the small blind is going to go ahead and come along with ace-9 of clubs. Oh, monster flop for ace-9 of clubs. Unfortunately, Jackson doesn't have a whole lot to continue with. Queen would be heart draw, so Kane's going to go ahead and take a stab here. Jackson's going to have to let this go, and Kane's going to scoop what was a $52,000 pot before he put that last bet in. Oh my, I am wrong. Jackson is coming along. He is looking for a queen. Doesn't get there. Does he have a plan to take this away from Kane? We know that would not be wise. Well, there's no taking it away from him. Kane's got such... Okay. Kane was super short, so... And Kane, newcomer to this table, he's building a stack since sitting down. I believe he's up over 100K. I think he was at 60 when he sat down. So definitely taking chips off this table and putting them in his stack. Okay, so we've got a whole lot of people that want to know that Jackson is cheering for him. So Reese is going to have to write all this down and come in and fix this for me. So we will get that done. We'll go give a big shout out to him. Let him know he's got a rail rooting for him. He's doing good here. He's got, let me, if this updates, he's doing good. DJ under the gun, not looking at much. Around to the button, Kane, queen, jack of diamonds, usually good enough to put a raise in from the button when there's been no previous action. And he does. Ace 8, like clockwork, gonna defend. Gonna come down to the flop position and who's willing to put the chips in the middle. We might get some chips in this hand. Jackson has actually flopped top pair. Kane with a flush draw. Neither player going anywhere yet at this point in the hand. Well, it looks like Kane bet 8,000 and Jackson came over the top with top pair. And they just changed the board on me, folks. I apologize, but some technical difficulties. I don't know if I'm assuming there's an ace on the board. That is what it showed. It is not showing that now, but I believe it is ace 5-10. Kane's going to make the call. It looks like we should have a. There's not an ace. Okay. Jackson, you're getting railed here by your cheering squad. Jackson is going to need some help here, guys, so y'all better start cheering. I don't know what he can. He needs an ace or an 8 that is not a diamond. Well, actually, I apologize. He just needs to fade, and that's what he did. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I was totally wrong. I looked at it wrong, and he faded the world there for the double up. So congratulations, Jackson fans. He now has 130,000 in chips. So between the graphic switching and the flush draw, we were all over the place. But Jackson gets the W. All right, this is hand 138. So not this hand, not the next, but the one after that. Somebody's winning a hoodie. Connor, I do know how many entries there were. Give me a second and I will tell you that. $87 entries. Nate here under the gun, king jack of spades, good enough to open it up. It's 8,000 to call. He's going to 4x it to 32. Hey, Jackson, what would you do if it was on you, sir? He's going to fold jack 7. Okay. DJ is going to defend here. King 4 of hearts for looks like about 20% of his stack. He does not want to see a king. Oh, no. This is going to be bad for DJ here. Does have a heart redraw. He's so low on chips. Yeah, he's going to rip it. This is going to be the end of his tournament life unless something goes wrong for Nate. DJ is in trouble here. He's going to need some running hearts, spike a 4, some magic here. He's going to need some magic. It's happened before on the stream. Well, it does happen. So he's not out yet. Let's see what happens. All right, DJ's looking for running hearts or a 4 at this point. He's got chop outs, and an ace would do some good here. A king would be chop. 4 does him no good. A queen. Queen also beats the jack for a chop. So let's see if he can get out of this trap here. Last card coming. Not going to do it. DJ will be back. DJ will be back. We will be seeing him again on the stream before the weekend's over. I'm not sure maybe our chip counts were off. He's still counting chips over there. So he's actually not out of the tournament is what it looks like. So one of those instances where it's saying he's all in. The chip count was a little off. So it looks like he's roughly, well, nope, it was right. He is exiting the table. Good game, DJ, sir. Nice hand, Nate.
Yep, I just got back in time to watch DJ bust. That's unfortunate. Did I miss the hoodie giveaway, or is this it?
We got 2 more. We got this one and one more.
This one and one more. All right.
Yeah, hey, I've got about 36 people that want you to go tell them that Jackson is watching, and I am going to have to scroll up because I don't know any of these names, but I can give you a handful of these names. And I told them you would.
So Jackson, the player Jackson is watching the stream.
No, Jackson, the Jackson player, I believe is in seat like 3 or 4. He's the guy with like the Western hat on.
So I need to go make sure he doesn't have his phone or something. Is that what they're saying?
No. They want to give him a shout out. There's like 20 people.
Oh, hey, I thought they were calling him out and saw him looking at his phone or something. All right.
I don't know.
After the head here, I'll go tell Jackson that
there's so many people just telling that the whole chat is rooting for him.
Okay. Actually, I think we just hit a break in the tournament. Yeah, we did. So hang out here, guys, as they do the color. It's going to be about a 15-minute break. And then
hey, that's perfect timing because we've got the hand 140. They can't go anywhere. Guys, you can't go anywhere. You're committed. So you're going to be here in 15 minutes, and I'm going to take a drink. of water. That is, I'm gonna get me a drink of water and hang out.
And I can say this without spoiling it because it's going to be a 15-minute delay. There are 16 players remaining. 16 players remaining because I was out there during the break. And
15 now.
so,
15 now.
no, so you're spoiling it. It was 16 at the break.
Okay. I thought you were trying to give them that the extra.
So yeah, 16 at the break. So I'm going to go back out there while we take a 15-minute break, and I'll tell Jackson that chat is roasting him. So
Yeah, tell him to go check out YouTube, and maybe he can comment back to him on the break or something. But
no.
yeah, so if you guys want to ever know how to suit a deck, here's information. If you ever want to be a dealer, we need
No,
dealers.
not that. He's just fumbled it all. But
No, okay. No. You have something to watch here in the next 15 minutes, guys. We'll be right back with you. Thank you.
And we are back from break. This is hand number 139. See if who wins the hoodie and from where. John B raising up with Queen Jack, getting it called. Let's see here by Jackson. So we have
it's the
Jack
next
Queen.
one.
Yeah, it's the next hand, not this one. It's the next one. This is
Okay.
139, but this one's going to be a train wreck here. You got top pair, out pipped, bet of 30 and a call of 30. So the pot is already 125. 9 on the river there to see how much, if there's any more pain. Now they go check. Both of them kind of scared. So John going to take a big pot there from Jackson, leaving him less than 6 figures. So I hope you've been writing down all these guesses because
I'm gonna have to scroll back through, but we're gonna scroll back through. We got Brendan asking what the payout is. Brendan, this is a $50,000 guaranteed tournament, but there's multiple day ones. So these players will bag the night if they get so fortunate. They will be back on Sunday to finish day 2, and that's when the money, the prizes, the big money will be awarded. Anybody that bags is obviously in the money, but we won't know the outcome until Sunday. So this is it's kind of a week-long deal.
And I did go tell Jackson during the break that he was getting quite roasted in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
He just kind of laughed. I didn't want to mess with him too much because he is playing a tournament. But let him know that he was getting roasted. So
yeah, and I interrupted you there, but that ended up being a $125,000 pot shipped John B's way. So he's at 209. Jackson took a hit there.
Yeah.
So promo Pat here with the pair. Just gonna call. Just gonna flat. And DJ's saying, "Let's play for it all." He's down to 56,000. He's on the button. Yeah, there's some weakness from Pat just limping in here, so see what happens.
Yeah,
actually got 2 overs on him. Not a bad spot if Pat does call. I think you're okay flipping here.
Didn't we already see DJ get eliminated though?
That's what I thought, and then
I wonder if we had a time correction here on the delay.
Well, he's going to be eliminated here for he wins here. So
am I dreaming? I could have swore DJ was eliminated. Oh, I wonder if he got moved because we can't tell when they're moving players. I wonder if he got moved back.
I was telling the viewers that I thought the count was off. The graphic definitely said he went all in, or he was calling, his stack off, and then I think he had he's up to 147,000
because he was sitting there when I went and told Jackson he was being roasted. So DJ's still in the tournament. I thought he was busted, but I didn't realize that when I was out there.
That was it. That was it. That was hand 140.
Oh, that was it. Okay.
Oh, so what was the pot?
Hang on, I'll find out.
All right.
It was 147.
147. We got to figure this out. You cannot go over. And Tate said 150, but that was in way too late. Let me scroll up here. 147. What do we got? You watch that. I'm going to scroll through the YouTube comments.
Right, you figure out who wins, and I'll keep the game going. So promo Pat here, flop top pair, ace kicker. Nate not going to have anything, so promo Pat's going to go all in here, but Nate's not going to be able to call. So a pot pickup there by promo Pat. Like I said,
Bryson O'Leary guessed 140.
That's pretty close without going over. That one's going to be hard to beat.
That's 140. I got Bryson O'Leary in the lead at 140. You said it was 147, right?
Carreras is claiming that he said 142.
Okay.
I don't know. Let's see if
he did. Pajeras, you says 142. That is definitely.
I see it there. Carreras had 142. Oh.
I think he was going to beat that, but I'm going to do my due diligence and scroll up here. No,
DJ.
that's
Someone said
Jack.
DJ's wife was 141. They got beat by 1K there.
Wow.
Yeah, that looks like it looks like it's gonna be the 142.
142. Carreras, where do you want your hoodie from? You want it from Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks? And you let me know in the chat here, and then I'll get your names. I'll get your name written down, and we'll have a hoodie waiting on you, sir.
Kane
Blinds.
under the gun here, going all in with Jack 10 suited of spades.
Oh no, you're looking at the wrong one. Don't do that. I made that mistake earlier.
Oh, he went back. I was looking at the chat. I'm sorry.
I did that earlier.
Yeah.
I caught the whole hand.
He's already survived that, I guess. Carreras, Orlando Silva. Are you going to come to Fort Worth? Okay. Yeah. You just tell him that Reese and Smokey said that you're owed a hoodie. One of us could or should be here if you come here the next few days anyway. Come and play in the flight. We'll be here. And come pick yourself out one of our fantastic hoodies.
Yeah,
Bryson, give Bryson a couple hours.
Yeah, Bryson, are you a player here? Do you play here with us in Fort Worth? Well, actually, he's not second place. Didn't DJ's wife get second place?
DJ's wife got second. They were both within 1,000. We'll both give them a couple hours free daily.
I'm not really with the generation that everybody's a winner. I'm not down for giving participation ribbons now. Come on.
DJ has pocket sixes here on this 5-2-5 flop, betting 121,000. He left one chip behind as per the new hotness in tournaments. Don't know if anybody else can call him unless they just want to float him with overs. And Charlie and Kane both don't really have the chip stacks to do so. So this one's probably going to get through, and it does. DJ with pocket sixes.
DJ actually has built a stack back up. He's at 217K now. Third place at this table. Pat, was at 60 something earlier. He's at 381. So Kane needs a little help. Jackson back down there at the bottom now at 64K. So some of those players and that's about 6 big blinds at this point. So they're looking for any ace at this point. Kane, what is he? He is in the small blind, so he may have a revolution. Did I say revolution?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of accurate.
Yeah, that's late now. I'm second guessing.
Yeah, and so at the time when I was out there, kind of when this started up, we had 16. So, and we know we lost one. So there's 2 tables. We're going to be playing down to 10 for the money, and then the tournament is over once we've reached 6 players. So we will get down to the final 9 here at the live stream table, and then 3 more eliminations for the. So we'll eliminate 9, 8, and 7 for $100 min cash, and then the tournament will be over, and I will go bag and tag the chips.
Bryce Murphy saying that he needs to get out and check Poker House out. I agree. He said he's been playing at the Fort, and he needs to come check out the new competition. We're here, man. We have a $50,000 guarantee, as you can tell. Going to cost you $65 plus 10 if you want that. The instant bonus for the full 30. So $75 tournament here and a 50K guarantee. So Bryce, if you're ever going to come check us out, man, this week is the week. So come check us out. Our cash games are popping. This tournament's awesome. Maybe get a chance jump on this live stream.
Queen Jack 6 on this flop. John and Jackson hitting the Jackson there. John looking him up with the open-ended here for 10K. So John looking for an ace or a 9 to take the lead on this hand, but he does hit the king, which is one of his outs as well.
Oh, no.
And so a little suck-out action there on the chat favorite Jackson. John's going to take down that pot, and now Jackson's on life support. He's going to need to pick something up here quick with blinds of 5, 10, and 10, 25,000 in orbit. But I think Jackson may be on the button now, so he's got some time to choose a hand.
Yeah, he's got about 6, 7 hands. if you're in the chat, get out your rabbit foot, rub it for him. He's going to need the help because he's got an uphill battle here. Bryce just asked what cash games we got. Bryce, I think when I checked earlier, there was two or three 1-2s going, 2 standard ones, one that has a bomb pop button. We get 1-2s going that have the DC button. The other night we played just straight DC, straight bomb pots. We get a little bit of everything. This weekend ought to be crazy. There ought to be a little bit of everything to choose from.
We have Nate raising it up to 60 with pocket jacks, putting about half his stack in with pocket jacks, and Charlie's going to ship in the rest of his stack with pocket 7s. So we may have another elimination here if Nate jacks hold. See if Jackson wants to put in those. Jackson was in the small, so he's going to put on his chips as well. King 7. That's he's going to be looking for some kings, and that's it. Unfortunately, sharing a 7 with Charlie, so that takes away even more of his outs. He does have hearts above.
King, a K in the chat. K in the chat.
And put on your buddy Jackson. He needs that king to pop up right now.
Yeah, you better be typing away. King and all right. He's actually, I mean, he had a lot of his stack in there. Let's be real. Not a terrible decision because there's so many chips in the pot, so he can triple up here. Yeah, see what happens. King, some running hearts, something crazy.
So Nate looking for a lot of nothing on the board for no 7s or kings. Only 1 7 left in the deck. And that's unfortunate for Charlie, too, that Jackson wakes up with a 7 there. So it's even harder for him to catch up to Nate.
Yeah, there's one card in the deck, or he's being eliminated.
Yeah.
Outside of something crazy happening, but. All right, we're getting the side pot. There should be one side pot. We're getting all that situated. Jackson can only win the main pot, which was 34,000 times 3 plus whatever the big blind was, and the ante.
And there's a king right there on the flop. So Jackson barred a jack or the last 7 coming out.
Oh,
and it holds. So full. Well, Nate's going to
eliminate Charlie.
Nate's going to eliminate Charlie. Nate's going to stay alive. But Jackson picks up the main with the king on the flop.
Max value. Good job, Jackson. He's up to 122, but that's not out of the weeds yet. That's about 12 big blinds, and so he's still got to, pick a spot or find a hand and try to double up again.
Yeah. But
he's all smiles.
Still in it.
Yeah, he's all smiles. Somebody said he's wearing the hat that they gave him. That's not the hat he started with, so he may have went to the truck and got his lucky hat. It definitely worked in that hand.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't wearing that hat earlier. I do know that, but
I wonder if I said it because he heard it. I said it was a cowboy hat. That is is that a TCU hat or a Tarleton hat? Or
a Tarleton hat. Tarleton hat. Okay. Yep. So on the button, or right behind the button now, so he's able to fold for a little while longer as well. So huge hand there for Jackson. Not much going on so far in this hand. Kane on the life support short stack. See if he wants to ship it in here with the queen 9. Does not. Let the graphics and camera catch up here.
Oh, the chat's going crazy. They're seeing that king just a second ago, and it's. I'm assuming that he goes to Tarleton. These are all his Tarleton buddies. Am I right here? I mean,
it's plausible. It's plausible.
Yeah, okay. Well, they need
Jackson did call the 10K, and DJ ships it with ace 7 suited. And he goes fold. So DJ picks up some blinds and antes there.
Yeah, it's tough to call anything with Jackson. He's kind of at that point where is he going to ship it, or if you get shipped on, that's what happens. DJ having a good time as always smiles, always laughing, a lot of laughter at the table when DJ's around.
Yeah, he's been a great present to have on stream in some of the cash games. Little teaser alert. We're going to have a an all women's cash game stream, and DJ may or may not be a part of it. So that'll be a lot of fun to look forward in a couple of weeks. They're putting up a ladies' cash game
Okay.
soon here.
But you're saying he's going to be involved.
He's kind of a host of the ladies' cash game, so it's
Okay.
pretty fun. You're going to have a lot of fun with it.
So any ladies in the chat that want to jump in? How far out are we, Reese? Are we looking to sign up? People?
Go ahead and sign up now because, like I said, I've got 8 on the list, but you never know. Some of them may fall through, or some might bust out, so you might be able to get in after that. But yeah, so if you play poker in the Fort Worth, Dallas area and want to be on stream on a ladies only cash game stream in the next few weeks, let us know here at Poker House Fort Worth.
What are your let's let them know what are the
It's just gonna be a 1-2 max buy-in 300, same as DJ's game.
Okay, so no straddles, no frills, no buttons, no nothing crazy.
Nothing yet. Now, what it devolves into, you never know on the stream. But for the most part, it's just gonna be a 1-2 $300 max cap buy-in.
I'm Jackson's lady, and I don't think I'm buying that.
Kane finding a King 8 suited to ship it in here with. See if anybody wants to call this 39,000. Nate looking to get a count with his ace deuce. He's got 160, so it's about a fifth of a stack here. He decides against it. Richard in for 5,000 already. Going to let it go. So this is going to get through. So Kane picking up a few chips there with a well-timed hand. Luckily, no one else picking up anything else.
Yeah, the blinds are starting to get to that point. I mean, 160,000 is still less than 20 bigs. So I know Project Pat there, he's got over 300. Not a bad spot to be in. Everybody else at the table.
Yeah.
Gonna have to do something sooner rather than later. That's a good-looking hat that Pat's wearing too, by the way, and I think DJ's repping one too. Maybe tomorrow you guys tune back in. I'll give a hat away then, or maybe some more hoodies. We appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Make sure you're checking us out nightly throughout the week. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Jackson waking up with a King Jack offsuit, reaching for chips. Gonna big bet here, 60,000, 6x, trying to really commit to some of these shorter stacks, putting in almost half his stack here himself, letting him know that he's not going to go anywhere. Ready to ship it with that, and it's fold around to Kane here with King 3. Lets that one go. So Jackson picks up another orbit worth of blinds and annies there, so he can survive just a little bit longer if he doesn't get anything. Brendan, that's the beauty of this tournament. It's only a $65 buy-in, $50,000 guarantee tournament. So you just $65, and you get 20,000 in chips, and for a $10 instant bonus, you can get an additional 10,000 in chips. So you get 30,000 in chips for $75 into a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We have
Jackson, ship it. You got the Asian aces. Ship it.
Yeah, Jackson did. He put in 30 at 3x, and DJ wakes up with aces right behind him.
Well, let's see which one is better, the Asian aces or the aces.
And Nate's got the new age ace king. Sitting here thinking about it, probably too long. A raise and a rejam. Oh no, he was just waiting for Nate to fold Richard. I thought Richard was really eyeballing there, but he wasn't. Nothing there. So does Jackson put in the stack? Nope. He's just going to give up that 30. DJ shows the aces, lets Jackson know that he made the right fold.
Good thing he just raised and didn't try to rip it in and pick up the blinds, because
I'm telling you, he already did that once. He almost stepped in it there. So got a little, gave a little. Needs to find a spot here, but needs to commit one way or the other, either fold or get in there. And looking at that wasn't the time he did it. But yeah, so those that are just tuning in and watching this is the Flight B. This is the second of 8 flights. There's 8 flights here at Poker House Fort Worth and 8 flights at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. Combination simultaneous tournament. You're trying to get to the top 12% to get paid, top 8% to move on to day 2 in Poker House Peaks in Dallas. John picking up ace queen suited. Going to raise it up and take the blinds immediately. No takers. But yeah, we have 6 flights left. This is flight B, 2 of 8. And so tomorrow night at 6 p.m., you can come buy in for that $65 or the $75 if you want the bonus chips. And then Friday, we have 2 flights, a noon and a 6 p.m. And then Saturday, a noon and a 6 p.m., along with a 10 p.m. late night turbo. Same price, same structure, same chips, half the blind level time duration. So it'll be a great chance to try to get a quick second bag or even maybe your third bag. You can take 2 bags forward. So keep that in mind. You want to get in here as soon as you can. Nate waking up with pocket 10s under the gun, going to go ahead and ship this in 160, a good amount to really fold out a lot of hands and pick up some blinds here. So he still has a lot of fold equity in his stack. And it does show as we get quick folds all the way around. Bryce, 9th place today would still be just a min cash of $100. 12% get a min cash until 8%. And then once we hit 8% of the field, the flight is over and they bag and tag their chips and come back for day 2 at Poker House Peaks in Dallas. So 12% are getting paid, 8% are moving forward for bigger paydays on Sunday. And that answers that same question there by Robot. 12%
10,000, 15,000, and a $15,000 big blind ante. Hand 154 here.
We're 40K on an orbit.
Got to pick a spot here. He's got 2 big blinds. Yep. King's not good enough. I mean, he's got a couple of hands, and he's going to be blinded out. So he's going to have to do something soon.
DJ completes here with ace jack. Nate's going to check his ups with queen jack. So there's a queen there for Nate to take the lead in the hand, but that king is still there. DJ's going to lead out here for 20. Nate could raise here, and I think it would be a good play. No, he just chooses to call. So the turn is another deuce. So let's see if DJ slows down or if he keeps up the pressure. Nope, he's going to do pot control, check, check. Nate trying to get to a river cheaply. So this is probably going to go. No, DJ's going to fire again.
Yeah, bet call.
Yeah, there's Nate's. There's no shot. Nate is going to fold here. He's made similar calls that we've seen in the last few hours, but he's thinking long about it though. DJ's shown good hands.
Yeah, I don't think he can fold here.
No, not for 32. For 117, yeah, and he's going to show the queen here. It's a big pickup there for Nate.
I don't mind the bet by DJ because the board was draw heavy, so he's thinking maybe his flop bet got called by some kind of draw.
Yeah.
The open-ended straight does complete there. The 10 jack, but diamond draws everything, so maybe thinking they can still pick it up. So I don't mind buying the river bet by DJ, but I think I know where he was going with it, but just wasn't the right read.
Yeah, every bet is pretty valuable here. And betting that 32, that's another orbit that he did give up there. So DJ is going to have to try to get that one back.
Robot, we don't play down to a certain number per day. What it is it's a percentage of the field. So 12% of the field makes the money. 8% moves on to day 2. If you fall between that 8 and 12%, you get a min cash, which is worth $100. So you bag at 8%. So we play down depending on the number of players that have entered that flight.
All right, Smokey, I've got to step away again momentarily, and I shall return.
Go ahead. And Bryce Murphy, the same thing. You're asking how many people, what would they win in 9th place? We were not sure. All these flights get added together. Day 2 is on Sunday. I am not sure what that amount looks like. It depends on the number of entries. So again, guys, no money is really getting awarded tonight. They are making day 2. All the people that make day 2 will be combined on day 2, which is Sunday, and play it out. We're on a 15-minute delay. John here waking up with ace king in the hijack. Going to take down $40,000 pot. Every chip is super important at this point. Graphic stuck up there, but we're on to the next hand. Yeah, Tim, you may not have been here earlier, but I was saying that Promo Pat, I'm going to call him Project Pat because every time I see that, it reminds me of Project Pat, which my co-host here did not know who Project Pat was. I guess he didn't listen to rap in the, I don't even remember what that was, late 90s, early 2000s. He didn't listen to Chicken Heads or anything like that. So maybe you got my back here. But yeah, I told him I was going to call him Project Pat and not Promo Pat. So let's go. DJ ripping it in here. Ace Jack. Kane has 9s. He's already got his stack in. Super short, but actually what a premium to sit back and wait on. So they're going to race it out. 9s versus Ace Jack. Good spot for Kane. He was very, very patient to get to this point. Let's see if it works out for him. Yeah, late 90s. There you go. I was in 90s. I was born in the early 80s, so 90s. Had a 90s childhood. Oh, not a good flop for Kane here. Needs a 9 and a 9 only. Doesn't get there. Player eliminated. DJ's going to add to his stack 234,000 in chips or blinds or 10,000, 15,000, and a $15,000 big blind ante. That means every time it comes around, we make an orbit. 40,000 of your stack is already committed to the middle. So blinds are getting big. Players got to make moves. This is all pretty standard. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So 8% of this flight is the top 6. That is correct. I am going to give you a sneak peek. I have an app. It is called Poker Atlas. You guys can download it. You can use this to go check out how many games we have going, or cash games, how many people are in the tournament, what tournaments we're running. That's what I'm using right now. There are actually 9 players left in this tournament. Not what you guys are seeing because it's on a 15-minute delay, but in real time, there are 9 players left. So you will see them probably going to a break sometime soon and going down to a final table. Looks like it folded around in the big blind. Doesn't happen often, but John's going to take a walk there. I believe that's what that was. So I believe at this point we have 5 players. There's probably 5 players at the other table. We're waiting on one to be eliminated so we can get down to a final table here, if I'm guessing. So 15,000 there. That is the ante that is pulled in. One player, the big blind, has to pay that every time it goes around. Those pink chips are 5Ks. The yellows are worth 1,000, and the blues are worth 25,000. Not a lot going on. Everybody just kind of folding here. No big hands. Looks like the small and big blind are compete. 9-7 versus 7-5. Five's going to get there. Jackson's got a gut shot.
And I am back. Jackson here. It's a double gutter, technically. No, he needs a 6, not a double gutter.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. A 10
would have been double gutter. Yeah, 10 would have been straight. Yeah, I thought I'd looked at it just a split.
Yeah, so I actually maybe could have justified a call with that. I didn't see that either, but yeah, I wouldn't have minded the call. Or just as good as being open-ended.
Yeah, open-ended. So.
Yeah, I was just explaining to them. It looks like we have 5 players here, 5 players at the outer table. Somebody's looking to get eliminated. So you may see people pucker up here and try not to commit a lot of chips, get to that final table. There's more breathing room. The blinds aren't hitting you as fast. So the game does change. Definitely changes from 5-handed to 9-handed. So everybody's really hoping that somebody gets eliminated. They just don't want to be that person.
Yeah, the 10th place does get the min cash of 100. So they're going to get their bullet back. Nate here calling 15 with the pocket sevens. Richard's just going to immediately rip the kings. John looking down at ace 10, going to have to let that one go. Richard's been, this is his third time to get kings here on this feature table. Oh no, and Jackson's just going to commit the rest of his stack with the queen 7 off, the queen 7 of diamonds. Tough timing here for Jackson. He's going to need a lot of queens, a lot of 7s, and Nate's got pocket 7s. So here we are again with the pocket 7s, with the 7 in the hole.
Yeah,
holy cow.
Now he's got unders though, so he's gonna need a miracle here. He's gonna need some diamonds, maybe 2 queens in the wind. He's gonna need a miracle here, guys. Okay, so only the kings and only the queen 7 made it. The pocket 7s folded.
So there's not enough 7. There's not enough 7s left to take over. So we're gonna need some diamonds or lots of queens in the chat.
Yeah, or maybe some kind of running straight 3, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. Off to a flop. Oh, 2 diamonds.
2 diamonds. Goodness. Jackson has life.
Oh my goodness.
Jackson has life.
I apologize for Richard here, but Jackson's so short stacked. I got to root for him here. Come on, diamond. Diamond one time, baby. Oh, actually, oh no, that doesn't help.
A 9 or a 3. No, it wasn't either. No, a diamond and only a diamond.
Diamond.
Survey says.
Oh, it was red, but it was not a diamond.
Wrong one here. So that's going to do it for Jackson.
What a run. Congratulations, Jackson. We hope to see you back, sir. Jackson is leaving with some money in his pocket, not the amount that he wanted, but he played great. What a flop for his hand, and what a sweat for Richard. You get pocket kings, you get somebody in that kind of shape, and he has my kind of luck. Somebody's going to flop something like that, and you got to sweat. He could probably pick that seat up with him if he stood up right now.
Is too bad. So they will do some balancing here. I'm gonna have to see here if they bring if they bring one player over. That means they're only bringing one player over. So there was 11 left at this point. So Jackson was the actual stone cold bubble, no payment whatsoever.
Oh, so man. We got bad Brad in the box.
Roast away, chat. Your boy was on the hard bubble. No pay, unfortunately.
The absolute worst place to finish in the tournament, literally. He's gonna, but hey, makes you come back tomorrow. That gives you enough fuel to your fire. He's gonna come back and try to cash. But
and it's only a $65 buy-in. Let's be real. Yeah, I mean, he can come back and fire many more bullets. And
hang on. He's Tarleton, bro. I was a college kid once too.
maybe he's got a lot of friends in the chat. Who knows? Maybe they'll bankroll him. That take some equity. I'll pitch in $20 or $10.
There you go. Hey, I want to see them all here. We are 18 and up, so you guys come hang out, play some poker, have a good time. Tarleton's what is that? A 45-minute drive, probably back road.
Maybe I lived in Stephenville for a little while, but I never drove to
Burleson. It's probably an hour. It's a good hour, I bet.
No, don't blame us, Robot. We were rooting for him. I promise you.
Hey, I was trying to spike the diamond. Literally, I was rooting for him. Oh, we got to get back to the other one. Oh well, they're still bringing a player in here. Okay.
Yeah. Brad, new player to the table, went in, no callers.
Yeah, that is bad Brad. He is a poker house regular. He's a great guy. Even him and Pat hang out a lot, actually. So he took Pat's seat. Did they move Pat? All right, he's ripping it in here on somebody. I don't know what's going on. Our graphics are delayed here, but he's ripping it in, and
they might have had to balance Pat first, and then with the other elimination had to balance back. But I'm sure Pat didn't get eliminated.
Okay, so Brad has queens and then ace queen here for John. So a big decision. John's got a big hand, especially five-handed. That's a monster. So that's a tough.
And especially since Brad's ripped it in 2 hands ago with so he seems like he's trying to get it in light or get out.
He's brand new to the table. John might not have played with him anywhere else or seen him, and that's tough. There's no hand history with him here. So know if he gets away from this or not.
He's got a decent enough stack to maybe slip into the money here, though, and that may not be a concern, but it's still somewhat of a concern to try to get into the bag here.
Yeah, he's gonna. Oh, what happened here?
We're waiting on the graphics here.
So he
but,
called.
It's possible he said call, and now
Yeah.
DJ is really thinking
his
about
chips
it.
are in the middle. His chips are in the middle.
Yeah, DJ is agonizing here. This is typical DJ. I've seen him do this quite a bit. Whenever
that's an easy fold. You got an all in big stacks.
Yeah.
That's easy. Fold.
So huge here for John, looking for a lot of hearts or an ace. Brad waking up with a real hand. So
yeah, we saw that DJ did fold an ace, so he's down to a couple, but straight cards, heart cards, or an ace. See what happens here. Brad's in really good shape.
Yeah.
Only,
like I said, DJ did fold one of his outs there.
34% chance for John. See what happens here.
Nine, 3 on the flop. No hearts. That's a tough one. So looking for one of the last two remaining aces for John, or Brad's going to get a pretty big double up here. $400,000 pot. Ace and only an ace does not get there. So Brad takes a huge pot down. Biggest one we've seen of this featured table. Big swing. Yeah, big swing there. A couple people in the chat wanting to get Jackson on the microphone. When I was out there, Jackson was tearing up walking out the door, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know what the situation was, but
he was tearing up walking out the door?
Tearing up walking out no. I don't know where he went.
He kicked the trash and the dog on the way out.
It looks like we have a slight pause here. This is when I was called out as we redrew the final 9. So an outer player did get the 10th place finish. So here in a few moments, it doesn't take too long. They're going to redraw for the final table.
You want to see if you can find Jackson? See if he's in the room? The problem is, guys, is that this is on a 15-minute delay, so he got busted 15, 20 minutes ago. So
yeah, it's
probably on his way
been a hot minute, but I think he'll be back. We'll see what happens next time. Yeah, get some fans in here and some buddies, and like I said, once we get the stream room fully built out, I'll have plenty of guests coming in on the air. We're setting up some nice stuff here for stream.
You riled him up. They said he took it like a champ. He did. He was joking, guys. He took it like a champ, and he played really well. So nothing wrong with that. Didn't get it in at the right time. That happens sometimes.
Didn't you go to Tarleton for a little bit?
No, ASU.
ASU. That's right.
It wasn't a little bit. It was a long bit. It was half a decade.
Like I said, I lived in Stephenville for a few years. I loved Stephenville, Texas. I really did. It's a great town for a young single guy. If these guys are still there, is Bostock still up and going there in Stephenville? That was a fun bar.
That's like the only. But they have. I think
they had City Limits out there. City Limits, pretty big country bar.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of more like the club. Bostock's was more like the bar.
Yep.
I think that is now like some kind of Wild West rodeo or something. I think the City Limits is. I could be wrong. I think it went into something like that, one of those kind of club style.
I was a bouncer there for a couple of years at City Limits.
Nice.
VW Stevens owned it back then, my boss.
Hey, Robot, it says that so he's not able to get the structure off the website, but what I would recommend is download Poker Atlas, which is an app, and then you'll be able to see us right there, and you have all of our tournaments, the structures, like I said, the cash games that we're currently running, all that good stuff. It is Poker Atlas, ATLAS, Atlas.
Yeah, if you play poker at all, Poker Atlas is an app to have tons and tons and tons of poker rooms. Almost all of them in Texas use Poker Atlas, so you can find the nearest room to you with that app. You can get on wait lists. You can see upcoming events. It's a fantastic app to get if you're a poker player at all. So they're doing the redraw for the final table. Again, all of these players are in the money. And we got 7th, 8th, and 9th. So 3 of these players will receive the min cash of $100, and then 6 of them will be bagging and tagging their chips to move on to day 2 at Poker House Peaks in Dallas on Sunday at 1 o'clock, where they're going to be playing for at least a $50,000 prize pool. And you can join these guys by playing in any of the flights coming up this week at Poker House Fort Worth or at Poker House Peaks. We got flights tomorrow. We have 2. This is the flight B. This is 2 of 8. So flight C is tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then D and E Friday at noon and at 6 p.m. And then Saturday noon, 6 p.m. and a late turbo flight at 10 p.m. So still plenty of time to get in on this tournament and join the qualifiers and go to day 2 at Poker House Peaks in Dallas and play for what is it going to be, at least a $50,000 prize pool for only a $65 entry. Cannot beat that right now. And cards are in the air. So promo Pat, Brad, Richard, Brandon, Nate, DJ, Nick, Gary, and John B. A lot of these people on this final table here started at the feature table, Smokey. So it's good to see that they're still in it.
Yep, some of the guys that I recognize from there's the gentleman that won the main event seat.
Gary there in the 7 seat. He won the random drawing last weekend for a $10,000 ticket into the World Series of Poker, courtesy of Poker House Fort Worth. Fantastic guy.
Yeah, he's going to be on his way in a couple of weeks to go represent. He's got a hood. I hooked him up with a hoodie and a hat and all that. Hopefully he wins the dang thing. And
not even a couple of weeks. It's this coming Saturday. I think he's playing in this coming Saturday's flight.
Is it? Okay. Well,
or not this a week from this Saturday.
Yep.
So about a week and a half.
Yeah, that's awesome. I hope him the best. And what a story! What a story if he goes and makes the final table or something. And he's a good player, and he's obviously made this final table. So wish him the best of luck, and excited to. We're going to have to try to keep up with his journey somehow, and keep that posted so you guys be able to look up.
Yeah, we'll have some representatives there. Promo Pat went and found him some chips on that outer table, coming back with 932,000 in chips. Holy Toledo!
Wow, he must have eliminated a few players.
Yeah, like I said, he left with like 200,000 at best.
He was at 64 in short stack for a while.
Yeah, so he got moved to the outer table and did some work for sure. John B., the guy who was on the feature table to begin with, is the short stack. Looks like he got moved from the 2 seat to the 4 seat.
I recognize the gentleman in the 5 seat from
that's
his
Nick.
name?
His name's Nick.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, I feel like we saw him in Austin.
I can't remember if it's Austin or if he's an old Poker House Dallas player. I don't remember. Maybe both.
I know that I've seen him, and I don't remember any Poker House Dallas players. I've slept way too many times since then, but I'm pretty sure he was one of the qualifiers for the 200K down in Austin.
Okay, that makes sense too.
But this is your official final 9 of Flight B. There are no more outer tables going at all.
Except for the cash games.
Oh, yeah. No, there's 2 cash games still going. And So if you are watching or listening near Burleson, we're going to have cash games going for a while tonight.
Yeah, good luck going to sleep.
I've got too much to do. Brad K going to be first act folding the 3 deuce. Promo Pat, nothing. Brandon, nothing. Richard, ace 8 on the hijack. Looks like he's going to be raising this up to 40,000. And get into the blinds here. Oh, DJ woke up with a hand. Pocket 10s. Going to rip this into the small raise there of Richard. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and let that go. So good bet there by DJ to go ahead and what looked like a little bit of, I'm going to say a small raise, a little bit of weakness there out of Richard.
Yeah, that's rare.
Yeah.
You didn't pick up on what I was putting down, but the shirt, man. Come on, the shirt.
The shirt?
I said that's rare, and you didn't pick up on it.
Come
on.
I had forgotten about that.
Okay.
Golly. I've been sitting here streaming for 6 hours. Jeez,
I guess nobody else has any fans because
the
once
chat
we lost Jackson, the chat's dead. These guys are mad. They're kicking their dogs, and I think we lost about 20 viewers. We're down to 27. I thought we were in the close to 40.
Well, maybe they'll all carpool up this week and get in on the flight. $65 entry fee. Even some college kids can afford a couple bullets on that one, hopefully.
Yeah, you'll still have beer money left over, I'm sure. You'll be fine. Come on out.
Richard going to try it again, just calling the big blind because they have gone up. We're at 10, 20, and 20. So Nate going to call in the hijack as well. Gary's
is he the short stack here at the table? 58K. That's
going to be close to it. 8 deuce 9 to this flop. No help to any player. See if some aggression shows here out of Richard. No, it's going to check around. Everybody's a little bit.
I'd like to see Gary rip it right here out of the big blind if that checked around. Nope, not going to do it. That'd be.
Yeah, Richard's finally going to make a stab at it here, and Nate not immediately folding. He's there's a world where King has good, but not this time. And he goes and lays it down, and Richard's going to get some of the money back that he gave to DJ that last hand. Yep, DJ's wife's still in the chat. She says, "We've been ripping his rare shirt all day long. You let him walk out of the house looking like that."
Maybe she dressed him.
Maybe. We love DJ around here. Absolutely love DJ. So hand number 166 of this Flight B down to the final 9.
It's actually a cool shirt. I wouldn't wear it, but it's a cool shirt. Being serious, it's kind of cool. I thought it was reminds me like a FUBU jersey or something.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
John's patience rewards him with the pocket queens here, all in for 55. See if there's any takers.
Well, it's 2.5 bigs. If you're in the big blind, you got any kind of chips, it's tough to fold.
Yeah, Brad's in the big, and so he's got the spare chips. Yeah, he's going to have to run him down with 5-4. I don't think he can fold either way, like you said.
Oh, you got a call here.
He's got 40 invested, with
and the pot's already 125.
Yeah, so he's got to call it no matter what. So yeah, so John B in the best position to get a good, much needed double up here.
Yeah, no fold equity like you were talking about earlier. That's
the part. So he's lucky to have.
Oh, what a flop! Wow,
what a action flop here. So Brad's got a lot of outs here to run down the queens. No deuce or 7.
Oh,
there's the deuce. That is it.
That's it.
Drawing dead. John with the pocket queens. What a rough one there. But like I said, Brad just has too many chips. Could never fold any 2 cards. tough exit there for John, short of the bag, but he gets $100 back and a almost 2 bullets worth for the rest of the flights this week. So well played to John. He played a long time, and he was here at the feature table for the entire time. So we basically got to watch his entire journey. He played really well and got it in best, and got, like I said, $100 for his efforts. So
Nothing's ever easy in this game. You think
No.
you got your opponent crushed, and then next thing you know, you're walking out the door.
yeah,
But I think he understands it. You didn't see a lot of reaction out of the players. It wasn't ooh and on because they understand that he had to call there. And
oh yeah, no,
and so it is what it is. That's tournament poker. That's pretty standard
Yeah, I think-
strategy. It just is what it
think
is.
I think Brad would have had people looking at him funny if he didn't call with any 2 cards there. To
Yep,
be honest, that was just standard tournament procedure. So then there were 8. So 2 more eliminations is what we are looking for before we get to the end of this tournament. Oh, slight misdeal there while Paul gathers the cards.
And I do want to verify that DJ does dress himself. She's confirmed that. So
Okay, well, so she's not to blame.
He chose that. He wasn't forced. Tina Reed said, "Make Mama proud." So we got Baby Reed at the table somewhere. I'm guessing. Is there a Tate? Nicole Reed says, "Let's go Tate." So where's Tate at? I'm just getting these new players' names.
So we'll get the graphics caught up here. It looks like I have an all in here as these graphics pick up.
Alex
It
said
looks
that
like
Brad runs so good.
Nick is going to go all in here with King 4 of diamonds in the hijack, hoping that just nobody wakes up with a hand, and does succeed in doing so, picking up another orbit there.
Gary actually folded an ace rather quickly. That was surprising, but he didn't have a lot of chips. I think you want to be the aggressor, not the caller in that situation. So
Yeah, and the button was just moving off of him, so he's going to have a lot of hands to look at here.
Yeah.
So I don't hate it. So hand number 68, 8 players remaining. We're looking for 2 more eliminations that will be receiving $100 apiece, as the top 12% do get paid in this tournament. The min cash is $100, and then we're going to bag and tag the top 8%, which is 6 players. Richard, ace 10 suited, going to make a pretty hefty bet here.
2.5.
250. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah. Just looks like a lot of chips at this stage of the tournament. No takers all the way around. He goes ahead and shows the ace 10 suited face up, letting people know that he is pretty serious when he puts chips in the middle. Hopefully play off of that later.
Are we going to get the plaques out? That's the question. Well, I guess by the time we get plaques, we're already at peaks, and I don't think we have plaques at peaks. So I guess that's a no.
Yeah, we maybe bringing some plaques from Poker House Fort Worth. The chip leader right now in the clubhouse from Flight A had just over 1 million in chips. And so the only one really close to him is right now, I think, what was that, 500,000?
Yep, something like that.
Nine, 5, 7 deuce on the turn as it checks through. Nate did check the top pair there, so was giving Brad a chance to catch up. Fortunately, he didn't quite catch up, hitting an ace or a queen. But I think that's going to be too much of a bet for Brad to look up with just the ace queen. But he is cutting out some chips.
Yeah. Especially at this point in the hand, there's no way Brad's calling. He's him Han and he's Hollywood, and then we're on to the next. Come on, Brad. I'm trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, but Nate did check that flop. Great check. A very deceptive check. And so there's, he said, I don't think Brad's going to call here, but if he did, that's because Nate checked that flop through. I mean, Brad's sitting here thinking that he doesn't have any of that. There was a raise pre-flop, so ace queen could be good here, and he does call it. So see, that's what I'm saying. So
he has a lot of chips, but
yeah, but I don't. It's tough call. So now this pot has ballooned into a lot here. So Brad looking for an ace or a queen to eliminate an opponent. Nate dodging ace queen to win a monster pot. And it does survive. So
Nate loves the call. He's
oh yeah, Nate did a great check there on that flop to hide the top pair. And
I didn't see the pre-flop action. Was Nate the aggressor pre-flop? He was under the gun, so I'm assuming he opened under the gun and got called by Brad.
I'd have to look to see if he was aggressive, but there was some pre-flop action. But like I said, it was still a fantastic check on that flop. That's the only reason he got paid, So
yeah, that's a tough spot for Brad, but wrong read. It happens. On to the next hand. 10, 20, and 20. We are at hand 170. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours. We are very close to getting down to the final 6. I am going to cheat and look and see if they are done playing or not, because I want to know what time I get to go to bed.
I'm looking at it right here, and we're don't
okay.
No spoilers, but Brad did raise that pre-flop, and Nate did call with the Jack 9 suited. So I guess Brad could have put him on at least a pocket pair there. So I'm not a super duper fan of that call, but it was still a great check by Nate on that flop to disguise the strength of his hand post flop. And now Nick's going to be all in with the ace jack. And no callers. Pick up some valuable blinds and antes there.
We need to get Nate a poker house hat. Everybody else's hat is, I believe, is poker house hat for Nate's. Come on.
And we know he's a poker house player. Like I said, he qualified for the 200K down in Austin his last time. Pretty sure that's where I know him from.
Yeah.
So he did well enough to qualify in one of those terms.
Yeah.
Poker house Austin.
Speaking of which, they actually have something very intriguing coming. They actually have Scotty Wynn coming to visit them in is that August? August. Scotty Wynn, the famous. You call it's going to be all over, baby.
That's going to be fun. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast.
And another ship there by Nick after 2 flat callers. He's in the big blind. Richard called the 20 on the button. Brad called, and then Richard called, and Nick in the big blind shoving for 182 squeeze play there with the ace jack, and it very well could get through unless Brad's still steaming, but I don't see him calling with jack 10 offsuit.
No, he doesn't like to fold, and he's probably steaming a little bit, but he made the right decision.
Yeah, so Nick, that's not that hot. 2 hands in a row there, picking up blinds and antes. So when you're looking at $50,000 a pop, that's he's pretty much doubled up in the last couple of hands, sitting at $252K.
All right, so I got some peeps out in Houston that are watching the stream. So shout out to those guys, Eric. They are tuned in. We are about done with this thing. We still got a few
few more eliminations.
Few more eliminations. This is day 1B of our $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only a $65 buy-in. So we are crushing it right now. We hope that continues, and we hope it goes from 50 to closer to 100,000. So again, for those of y'all that just tuned in, this is a $50,000 guaranteed tournament for $65.
Yep, $65 gets you 20,000 in chips and $10 instant bonus for 30,000 stack. And I feel like you said 50,000 guarantee, which looks to be surpassed. But like you said, if this continues on and continues to good, maybe do a run back of this tournament at this price points. People seem to like it, and definitely affordable for all ranges of poker players with enough high end money to make it worth playing.
Yeah, I think it's a great price point. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. You don't have to spend a lot of money to get in, and it's cool to watch these guys playing for millions of dollars on TV, but that's not reality. And so, we can watch you play on TV for $65 these days, and that's what we're doing. And everybody's having a great time, and there's still a lot of money on the line.
Smokey, I'm going to step away for just a moment.
Do your thing. I will watch these guys and do my best. We're at 10, 20, and 20, hand 173. Promo Pat, also known as Project Pat, is our chip leader with 882,000. Our biggest bag yesterday was over $1 million. If anybody can do it, Promo Pat can. Looks like Gary is going all in. He is short stacked. Again, he is the winner of the $10,000 main event seat we did a random drawing for last weekend. He's going to go rep Poker House Fort Worth. I don't know. Something happened. He was a string bet or something. I don't know what happened. He tried to get his chips in. They didn't let him put it all in, but maybe for the best, because Promo Pat Kings, Brandon's getting it in with Ace Queen. Unfortunately, I think Gary's put too much of his stack in to do anything else but call. Yeah, there goes. Gary's coming along with 10-9. Hey, he's pretty much pot committed. He's got 28,000. He's got one big blind, so can't fault him here. And he's going to have some help. Two pair straight. He's the only one holding. No, his suits are covered up, so he's going to need a lot of help, or we're going to be down one more player. Okay, and we're off to a flop 3 ways here. Deuce 4-3. All hearts. Nobody has a heart. Oh, a heart for the chop. A heart for the chop. It does not get there, but ace makes a straight. An ace is going to make the wheel for the win. Wow. Ace Queen ran down kings with a wheel. No, okay, the graphics. They just changed the graphic. There was a 5 on the board. I apologize. Did not. Pocket kings held up. Make sure nothing changes on me again here, but it looks like Promo Pat is going to eliminate 2 players and put us over that $1.2 million mark. So if things were to hold, he would be our chip leader going into day 2. After only 2 flights, of course. The flights get bigger as the week progresses. The weekend, there's more chips and plays. I would expect that to get bigger and bigger, but as of right now, Pat is sitting pretty nice. So if the graphics are right, we lost Brandon and Gary. We'll see. They're still got graphics up here, some technical difficulties, but I'm assuming that is correct. We are down to Brad, DJ, Richard, Nate, Brandon, Nick, and Pat as they get this updated. So 7 players remaining. 6 players will go on to day 2. Everybody here is getting paid, but only 6 of them will officially bag, which is 8% of the field, and make it to day 2. Nate's going to put in the call from the cutoff with a pair. He's got a pair of threes, 2 red threes. DJ's going to come along, and we're going to have a pretty friendly 5-way pot here, 4-way pot for 25K each. Is that right? For 100K in the middle. I'm sorry, 20K each and the big blind ante. Pat taking no time to go ahead and lead here with top pair. Should make it through. Nobody has much of anything. Yeah. And the rich get richer here as promo Pat takes down a pot. Going to put his ante in, 20,000 ante. We're at 10, 20, and no, I'm sorry, 15. Those are stacks of 3. 15,000 is the small blind, 30,000 is the big blind, and $30,000 ante. The pink chips are worth 5,000. The yellow chips are 1,000s, and the blues are 25,000. Got all the colleges out tonight. We had Tarleton. There's Texas Tech representing. Richard waking up with ace jack. Just going to call. Interesting. Not going to put a raise in. He's got a lot of chips, but he decides to call. Just going to give these guys an easy shot at beating him here. So it's going to flop top pair. I know promo Pat has an ace 7, so he may extract some chips here. This may work out for him. Oh, no, Brad actually has 2 pair. Everybody has something. Richard leads 70,000. Brad here, probably it's a pretty heavy wet board. He's probably going to raise. Yep, they said all in. Straight draw out there. Those blues are 25. That's 75, 125, 135, 155, 75. Looks like about 190,000. I think I was off by 10. It was 201,000. Pat gets out of the way with just bottom pair. Richard, tough decision here. He's got top. Not a good spot to be in, but it's what happens if he would have raised pre-flop, he probably wouldn't be in this situation. Tried to set a trap, but he ended up in the trap himself. He's going to need a jack here or an ace or a 3. Didn't happen for him. So Brad here running so good, as the chat would say. Again, Reese, he
just came back.
Yep. He got just either eliminated or doubled up through Richard. I'm not sure what the stack sizes are. I think he doubled up. I believe Richard's still in. Richard elected to just call pre-flop with ace jack, let the blinds in, and Brad made him pay for it by flopping 2 pair when Richard flopped top. So
yeah, I see that there. Yeah, tough one there for Richard, not raising him up out of that. So it looks like we have 7 players left. So we're looking for one more elimination. I guess I missed one. I missed an elimination. Who was eliminated? Our Road to Vegas winner. Looks like Gary got put out while I was gone.
Yeah, he had like half a blind, and 2 players went all in, and he was already in the blind. He called it off, and
didn't quite get there.
He had like 2 unders, and it came 4 hearts. Nobody had a heart, so he needed a heart for the chop, but he was against kings, and the kings held up.
Well, still happy for him that he is going to play in the World Series of Poker next weekend.
He made a little money tonight too, so he'll be back.
Made $100. He'll fire a bullet or 5 this coming week. So one more elimination from having the final 6 bag and tag, heading to Poker House Peaks in Dallas. A lot of nothing as the graphics roll through here. Nate raises up to 60 with ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, it just doubles the big blind. I have a rule. It's only my rule, but I will never fold my big blind if somebody just doubles it.
Well, you almost have equity with any two cards at that
I
point.
am never folding. That's something I told myself a long time ago.
Nate flops gin here on Brandon. Let's see if
Yeah.
Nate slow plays this one as well, like he did.
Unfortunately, Brandon doesn't have ace king or something. I don't think he extracts any chips. Brandon doesn't have anything to defend or anything to move with.
Nate made such a good check on that flop top pair against Brad. I'm surprised he didn't do that here. Just to give, just in case Brandon can pick up something. You're flopping so strong there, but regardless, with 75,000 in blinds plus what was raised a little bit pre-flop there, big pickup there for Nate.
Yeah, the blinds are getting so big. Any of these hands you pick off are extremely important. Promo Pat, I don't know what happened. Maybe the graphic was wrong. It had him at 1.2 million, but now it's showing 720. So still a huge stack. I don't think he's gonna surpass the chip leader for day 2 yet. But if he tangles with someone and knocks one of these other stacks out, then he could very well be the chip leader moving into day 2. So
yeah, I think they did a chip correction on him. It's tournament play is difficult to keep up with the chips.
Absolutely.
So these players are on the bubble for the bag, so you're going to see a lot of folding. Getting into the blinds here. So Brandon, looks like it's going to be an all-in and a call. Pocket eights versus ace 5 suited. Obviously,
Brandon looks very familiar too. He looks very familiar.
Might have been down in Austin. I don't recall from where. So Richard here going to be the one at risk here with the pocket eights in the lead over the ace 5 suited of Brandon. Let the graphics catch up here.
Richard had to have been very short if there's only 75. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
He only had 60,000, so he had
Yeah.
this is 90, so 3 bigs. Yeah.
So looking to dodge an ace or a 5. Lots of clubs and an ace right on the flop. So Richard down to an 8 and only an 8. Does not make it home. So that's it. That's going to be your 6 baggers into day 2. Let them celebrate a little bit here.
What a show. That was fun.
Yep. And to pause the clock and call me in there. So Richard getting his $100 cash out here. So let me pull up real quickly the poster for everyone to see. So congrats to Promo Pat, Brandon, Brad, Nate, Nick, and DJ. So here's the poster, guys. There are 6 flights left into this tournament to join these guys and the 13 others from day 1A. 6 p.m. tomorrow night for $65. You can get 20,000 in chips. $10 add-on gets you another 10,000 chips for a 30,000 starting stack for this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. And then Friday and Saturday, noon and 6, and then a late Saturday flight at 10 p.m. So tomorrow, 6 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday, noon or 6 p.m., you can take 2 bags forward. So even these guys will be coming back and playing and to try to add to the stacks that they are bagging for today. And then if you can get that triple bag bonus, $500. Smokey, any last thoughts?
No, that was fun. I hope to see everybody on the stream tomorrow or the next day. I may be on there dealing. I don't know. Great time. Thanks for having me. I'll see you tomorrow.
And I'll be putting the results and the bags and everything on Facebook here shortly from the 2 clubs combined. So keep an eye on that. And thanks for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth for this Flight B. And look forward to streaming or seeing